Hey, pre-notification gang. I've been alright. Haven't really done much today. When am I gonna shave? Thanks to Resub Greybird. Are you talking about from the charity thing? We said, but we cut it off like 40 minutes before that. Said we weren't going to, but we still might. So I don't know. I still need to talk to the boys about it. But we'll see. Yeah, Resident Evil 2 Remake was incredible. It was super good. Thanks to the Tier 1 FPS Easy and the Prime Chocoboy. Oh, sweet. Well, thanks, King Emperor. And welcome. Thanks to Prime Tev and Morg. And the resub Harpston. Thoughts on the EDP movement? The fuck are you talking about, man? There's no such thing as an EDP movement. I see he posts on Facebook now, but it's just kind of sad. Yeah, I was watching the roast of Ludwig. It's fucking great. Everyone has done a really good job in the Ludwig roast. Like actual pretty good material. Thanks to the resub Jesse. And the Prime Dark Mattered. And the 5 gift subs Periwinkle. Good to see you again, man. And the resub Masa Moose. Bitch Shank. Prime Bree. Resub Luke. Ghost Pepper isn't shit anymore, man. I ate that Ghost Pepper ramen. Didn't feel a fucking thing. The Psycho Serum has just made me stronger. Much stronger. Thanks to the Prime Pilot and the gift sub Capicrum and Jason. Thanks to the resub Brokefoot. And the Tier 1 King Sauce. And the Prime Geff. And the Prime Eat Your Cereal. Do you think porn has cool shit? What do you mean? Do I think porn has cool shit? Make it sound like it's some kind of convention center or something with like merch for sale. What do you? I mean, I guess it depends. If you like titties, wieners, and stuff like that, it's I guess the shit's pretty cool. Thanks to the 5 gift subs, Swamped. Good to see you again, man. Thank you for the generosity. Thanks to the gift sub, Fruiz, and the resub MLB Runner and Prime Sticky. That would be pretty nuts, Pickle Juice. And thanks to the bits, J Rod and Shanks. We've seen the most expensive treehouse. There's a tier 1 Go Miart and resub neck. I don't know if the part 2 of the Japanese hijacking has come out. We can check though in a minute. Next we give sub Ellen. Oh. There's a tier 1 real hot guy and give sub Shani and prime Robert. There's a Five Nights at Freddy's cereal. There's the prime Alfie, Hobos, and tier 1 1-inch Wonder, and the resub Donut Gamer, Kurisu, and 5 gift subs Butter. Thank you, Butter. And the gift sub Hot Guy. Are you in on AMC? Why do people keep bringing that up? Yeah, I got into all those fucking Reddit meme stocks. Why, is AMC doing something? Nope. Still down from when Reddit pumped it up. Here's the prime RGB Cypher and the resub Gamble. You're a muggle. Holy Lord, I haven't read that word in a long time. Thanks for the 5 gift subs, Jake. Thank you, man. And the resub Yo Boy. Oh, that's super sweet. Glad you liked it, Omni. Thank you. Thanks for 2 gift subs, Nutty Knives, and resub Fireboy and Wavy Soul. And Wally West. I'm sorry to hear about that serotonin, but I hope you can sleep well. Wishing you the best. Ludwig's roast is fantastic. Everyone on Ludwig's roast has done a great job. The material was fucking bangers. Like, truly, really good job. Thanks to the resub Lash Guy. And the gift sub Burv and Prime Binks and resub Fernando. Thank you for the bits, Kobe. Oh, sweet. Well, appreciate it, Jacoby. I watched Wild 'N Out when I was younger, but not anymore. I don't really watch TV shows. Thanks for resub Bint, Prime, Dino, and tier 1 Robert Co. I don't think I'd do another 24-hour stream. I don't know. It got really fucking hard. Or if I did, I'd at least need like a nap break. Like just nap on stream for a minute or something because it was fucking rough. Even like an hour nap is plenty. But yeah, I don't know. 24 hours was tough. A lot harder than I thought it'd be. Thanks for the gift sub Revolver and resub GMAC. Oh, sweet. Thank you, Avery. And thanks for the bits, Shanks. That is a good point, Girant. Thanks to tier 1 Jackie Bow. Coffee just doesn't work on me. I'm immune to it. Coffee is for weak people, not gamers like me. Fucking hate coffee. Tastes bad. Doesn't give me energy. Tea, on the other hand, though, that's where it's at. These are 2 gift subs, Serotonin, and the tier 1 Ponson, and tier 1 Big Juan. The resub Gamer HGH and Vertimac. There's a prime Will. Oh, that's sweet. Thanks, Gray. I have not seen the new Saw movie yet. I'll probably watch it like Monday or something. Is it bad? Let's see. I would have been drinking G Fuel if we had any at my house left. I brought it all to the warehouse. So when I needed it most, I couldn't have it. What's the new Saw movie called? Spiral? Is that what it's called? Spiral? It has decent reviews for a Saw movie. 40% on Rotten Tomatoes. That's like an infinite improvement over the previous Saw movie scores there. Not that I put too much stock into Rotten Tomatoes. Thanks to Tier 1 Lanthan. Yeah, like I said, the Roast of Blood, it was really solid. I enjoyed it. Hey, Scoots. Your opinion on cereals sucks ass? How can that even be arguable? Everything in the S tier deserves to be there. Are you just one of those guys that houses Cocoa Puffs and couldn't handle the truth? Jesus, truth. Thanks to the 5 gift subs, Cooper, and the Prime Person, and resubs Serpent. QT did kill it. QT fucking slayed. Everyone did well. There wasn't anyone that did shitty in the Ludwig roast. I thought they all did a great job. I think Will and QT were probably the 2 highlights, though. They both came with some real solid material. Thanks to the anonymous gift sub and the resub, Jonah Hill and the Prime Drago and Cody's. I never watched Shane Dawson's Apology. Thanks to Prime Ankles. Thanks to the gift sub Tony and resub Thankful Dead. Rabbit hole vids? Yeah, we'll probably do some rabbit holes. We always do rabbit holes on YouTube night. Thanks to resub Storm and Norman and the gift sub some swag. And the gift sub Chimja. And that headbanger video. Yeah, this is a new To Catch a Predator video, so I'm gonna cue that up before I forget.
No.
Thanks to Tier 1 Lavender and the 5 gift subs Sweat Because of You. Thank you, Sweat. And the Prime Kill Assassinator. Inside the smallest apartments in New York. Go the opposites into the spectrum. I'll cue it up. He's a Prime Hoodwin. You keep recommending gas station encounters. I'm not a huge fan, but you know what? Just for you. Let's see. Thanks for resub Anonymous. What do we want? This one kind of popped off. The Smirnov Smasher.
So I open the beer cave, and there's a mask on the floor, and there's a partially drank
Smirnoff
Ice screwdriver smashed. And
the Sticky Bandits.
To see which employees drinking on the job, and unfortunately, this is what I saw.
Uh-oh, we got a walker. Now, it's a windy day outside.
Thanks to sub Matthew and resub GoPog.
We put a trash can in front of the door and a sign on the door that says, please use other door. But this guy's going to totally disregard both and just open up the wrong door, almost trip over the blue def, and look up at the counter. That's
nice.
A red flag. Now, he's going to make his way down the middle.
He's determined.
Towards the coolers, and he's going to look all over the place. He has no clue what he doesn't want to pay for today. He's going to look up at the counter. That's another red flag. And he's going to make his way towards the coffee section. Maybe he wants some coffee. No, maybe he wants candy. No, maybe he wants coffee again. No, he doesn't want any of those. Maybe he wants some Hostess cupcakes. Nope, he don't want those either. So he's going to come over here. He's going to look around at the beer stack.
Boy.
Obviously, you can't shove a beer stack down your pants. So he's going to make his way back over here towards the coolers. Ooh, does he want
Prime
an
Rebel.
alcoholic beverage? Of course not. So he's going to make his way back over towards the beer selection. And it looks like he found the beer cave. Jackpot. Now, he doesn't want a case of beer or a 12-pack of beer. He wants a single. So he's going to make his way over here he's going to totally disregard the employees only sign, and he's going to grab a 24-ounce Smirnoff screwdriver. He's going to crack it open. He's going to set it down. Obviously, he can't drink with a mask on, so he's going to adjust his mask. He's going to reach back up there, grab that Smirnoff.
I don't want to just look at his ass, though.
Process, put it back down, and he's going to make his way over towards the energy drink and Gatorade selection. Now, I'm not sure exactly.
We don't have enough proof to know he drank from that.
Good as mine. Could very well be taken.
It could be framed.
Does the little shirt tug here that thieves love doing when they need to cover up something that they don't want to pay for. So he's going to make his way.
Thanks, Resub Jarl and Resub Serpent.
And that's all she wrote. He's going to look up at the counter one more time. Yep, totally didn't see him. Now, he's got Smirnoff splashed all over his face, so he's going to wipe that off. Obviously, you don't want Smirnoff all over your face. He's going to go out the right door this time, and he's got a little more on there. Yep.
And then he gets arrested. Let's go.
As I am. She gone. If you know this thief, let him know that he needs to turn himself.
It's just really underwhelming stuff, man. I'm not a huge fan. Every single time, it's pretty underwhelming. Watch this guy drink a little. Well, I couldn't even watch him drink. Watch this guy go into the beer cave and drink in the corner, and then leave. You know what I mean? It's just nothing crazy, like, ever. That's why I'm not a huge fan. Thanks to the tier 1 Grim and Resub Random Nerd. Congrats on the graduating, Crow. And everyone's seen the Amy's Baking Company. That is a classic. How North Korea held the greatest pro wrestling match in history? What? What the fuck is this? I'll save this for a minute though. I like to keep the longer ones towards more of the middle of the stream. That sounds incredible. Oh, well, while we're on Kinto Bento, is part 2 up yet? Nope, not yet. Fuck. Nice, Titus. Hope they had fun. Maybe Tomato Man, I'm not sure. I haven't tried a Lunchable since middle school. Galpin Motors Mizar? What the fuck is that? Okay. You said skip to 6 minutes? Thanks, Resub Sweat. Hey, well, hope you're enjoying chess.
The Mizar air car is capable of up to 1,000-mile cruising range. It is designed with short takeoff and landing characteristics, able to clear higher obstacles, land at lower speeds,
Looks like
and
shit.
stop in shorter distances.
Not even cool.
Cruise speed is 130 miles per hour.
No jet
Landing
boosters.
Speed 70 miles per hour, with touchdown at 55 miles per hour. Four-wheel brakes allow a stopping distance of 550 feet. The automobile engine can be used to taxi. This converted
Let's go! Oh.
38-foot wingspan is 28
Thanks, Resub Avery and Clap.
high. It can be equipped with additional options to
Oh, here it is.
safety
I couldn't
well
tell with the
beyond
quality.
that of any other existing aircraft. One of these options is a parachute which floats the entire vehicle.
It's pretty
to the
cool.
ground. The Mizar is powered for flight by an aircraft engine and propeller selected to match the weight of the automobile.
Takes someone very confident to get into that thing. Gotta respect that. Looks like shit, though. Thanks for the gift sub cheek clapping and the resub cedar. Japan's most dangerous band now? I'm still not convinced that I can watch that on stream, man. I do like the idea, but I really feel like there'll be blood or something. Like, just this thumbnail down here does not inspire very much confidence, considering his face looks all scarred up and shit. Thanks for the bits, Pillow Puppy. Not this. I know they're not the same video, but it's the same band, right? Just talked with Twitch. They said it's fine. Oh, okay, then we're good.
Can a bulldozer be an instrument? Well, I'm sure you and I can
Exit
both
Prime,
agree,
Ocean Global.
no, not really. How would a bulldozer, a construction vehicle, accomplish the same job as a guitar, or a bass, or drums, or a piano, or a keyboard, whatever it is? But for artists who perform in the realm of noise music, challenging conventional ideas about what music could be and how it could be performed is just a part of the day-to-day.
Hold on. Just checking something real quick. Okay, not a penis. We're good.
Whatever it is. But for artists who perform in the realm of noise music, challenging conventional ideas about what music could be and how it could be performed is just a part of the day-to-day. In 1985, legendary Japanese noise band Hanatarash would perform at the
I know what it
Tokyo
is, San. It's just
Superloft,
way too long.
a show which saw their frontman, Tetsuro Yamatsuka, or better known as Yamataka Ai, drive a bulldozer through the venue. After a pile of debris and destruction was left, audience members had to restrain him from throwing a Molotov cocktail onto the wreckage. Hanatarash, to put it lightly,
sounds like a good
was
song.
known to cause a ruckus. Using a variety of instruments, objects, and tools to create the sound during their extreme and savage performances, the band would eventually become too much to handle for venues and clubs alike, not only requiring concertgoers to sign a waiver regarding the potential for injury.
So he's like
shows,
Yoko
but
Ono.
eventually also requiring
He just
a
makes
guarantee
noise
from
and breaks
Yamatsuka
shit.
that his onstage behavior wouldn't cause damage to the properties they played at. Today, I want to explore the story and take a look at the music of Hanatarash, Japan's most dangerous band. A couple of months ago, I did a video on fellow noise artist Merzbow and his 1996 release of Pulse Demon, a video which has ended up becoming my most viewed video on the channel ever. Ever since I made that video, I've only gotten more and more interested in the world of noise music, and more specifically the growth of the noise scene in 1980s Japan. So I knew it was only going to be a matter of time until I found myself taking a look at another artist or group from the scene. If this is your first time here and you love exploring fascinating music, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Is this how Studio Ghibli started? Hit the like button. You know the deal.
Just by making noise?
Help the channel out a whole bunch, but I would love to share the story of these noise artists and performers as much as I can. There really isn't that much content on YouTube exploring the art form, and I hope to create as much conversation and focus on them as possible, as all of it is extremely fascinating.
I fucking hate noise music. I'll just tell you right now. I hate it.
More than free to let me
Fucking
know in
hate
the
it.
comments below of
It's like
any
modern
other
art where it
albums
just
or
means
artists I should
nothing.
dive
It's
into
just
for a future
nonsense.
video as well. Always looking forward to any of your ideas. So before we get started and dive into Hanatarash, it would only be proper to touch up on the origins of danger music, the experimental form of sound and performance art Hanatarash is more specifically associated with beyond just noise music. I do plan on doing an entire video on danger music in the future, so I'll keep it pretty simple for now, but danger music is pretty much what the name implies. Musicians performing in a sort of way that can or will pose a threat to the crowd. Which of course makes the music sound better. May or may not be performed.
When you break a pane of glass over someone's skull, it makes a great noise, compared to just breaking it on the floor.
Dick Higgins creating his series of danger music scores, defying and challenging the normalities of what a score should be.
Tier 1 Rico's and the
we
Prime
have
King.
some of the original scores created by Higgins. Some are the original typed versions from the 1960s, and some are part of a recreated handwritten set that Higgins created in 1989. Some are nonsensical and humorous, like let's take a look at Danger Music number 41 here, which requires you to take off your old coat and roll up your sleeves. Pretty simple. Others are pretty much impossible to perform,
swag.
unless of course you really want to bleed for
I
your
have not
art,
even
no
started
pun
My
intended,
Hero 5.
and perform Danger Music number 9, which is simply volunteer to have your spine removed. And then, how could we forget about everyone's favorite, the essential classic, Danger Music number 17, Scream, 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 Scream. I'm going to leave a link below to an article titled Danger Music, The Scores of Dick Higgins, written by Bradford Bailey, if you seek more detail on the origins of this style of performance art. As the music world developed through the 70s and 80s, many bands and artists would begin repelling the excessive nature of the mainstream rock that came before them, hence the birth of punk rock, or simply punk. Musicians taking a hold of their sound and direction by often self-producing and distributing their tracks through independent record labels, punk defied the norms of what rock was at the time, and how to get heard. Unrestrained melodies with a rapid-fire feel and raw production value.
I have a friend who whips himself with massive chains while he screams.
Took many under its belt. And while
have you tried getting an
New York
exorcist?
and London are known for the creation of punk and the craze that followed, it was only a matter of time until Tokyo and Osaka would also soak up the scene like a sponge. In the 1970s, Japan was dealing with problems like major price inflation, an oil crisis, and industrial decline. There was a bunch of things, and they just were not looking too hot for the country, so the introduction of punk rock couldn't have been more perfectly timed, as it provided the youth in Japan with a voice and, more importantly, an outlet. During my research for this video, I found it extremely hard to get any good footage or high-quality photography, not only of Hanatarash, but of the entire Japanese noise and punk scene in the 70s and 80s in Japan.
God damn it.
However, wherever I would look, one name kept popping up. Jin Sato. Jin Sato was a photographer who captured much of the scene back then, and as I kept looking for more and more footage of these shows,
yeah, of course I've watched some of that, Stormy.
It really seemed like this guy was one of the only ones capturing and archiving these incredible underground shows. I knew I had to get in contact with him, not to only just ask about permission. So
when do they get to like the dangerous shit? Because we're almost halfway there.
So I can get them in as high resolution
Not much
as
is happening.
After a couple of weeks emailing a person by the name of Tomoya Kumagai, my eye push sound itself, but how they could create performance art that would defy the traditional, which ultimately led to the band being known as just Hanatarash.
He's a tier 1 Joshi.
Like the Japanese noise group Hijo Kaidan releasing under the Mumble Stream. The list of what Yamataka Eye would do just goes on and on, from throwing gas drums and cases of beer bottles around the stage and the crowd, to even cutting a dead cat in half with a chainsaw that he found dead in an alley before the show. He's also accidentally cut his leg with a power saw that was strapped to his back during one of his shows, and of course, most famously, he drove a bulldozer through a club they were playing at, causing an estimated $60,000 in damages. Now, I, for one, obviously do not condone the acts of Hanatarash on stage. Don't like chainsaw a damn dead cat, you know, but with all things performance art, it is obvious to see why people would come to these shows and keep on returning. Curiosity and the desire to see something wicked or extreme unfold right before your eyes.
How extreme, he's throwing barrels.
The curiosity.
Whoa!
Through the body.
I wanted to see this, I'd just go downtown and watch the people that are tripping on spice.
Glass or screaming and bending your body in a contorted, unsettling sort of way. The idea that you can come that close to the danger itself, but not actually be the one doing it or responsible for it, caused many to want to see the spectacle. It's a selfish approach that tests the...
It's an interesting topic, but not a very interesting video. If there's no, like, footage besides the thrusting the air thing with a spoon in his mouth, there's just not a whole lot to, like, watch. It's just a couple of pictures. There's a tier 1 JoJo and resub it. Nobody cares. Yeah, I had a lot of fun on RP, but there's just not much for my character to do in that world anymore. So I just haven't hopped on in a while. These are the 5 gift subs, Jack Rags. Was the music good? Well, if it's anything like other noise bands, it's a resounding no. I don't know how many of you are familiar with noise music, but it sucks. Wiener Chase. Interesting channel. Yeah. Thanks to tier 1 suck. Thank you. Really appreciate the 5 gift subs, Jack Rags. Thank you, man. And thanks to the Prime Husky Gamer and resub Saltkin and gift sub Lotric and bits Lycan. Basically, just take any shitty meme on YouTube where it's ear rape volume and stretch that across the course of an album. That's noise music. Thanks to Tier 1 King Porcupine. The Damien Hirst of music. Noise music is far better than Damien Hirst. I think Damien Hirst is as low as you can possibly go on the artistic spectrum of, like, creativity and genius. Thanks to resub Kappa. The Salt Factory? I think we watched something from them before. Could be wrong. Oh no, this is video game focused, then no. We usually don't watch anything video game related. Looking for wild shit. Thanks for some Mr. Doodle. Can't watch anything about dildos on Twitch, Ness. But thank you for the 4. Nice, buddy. I mean, I'm sure people like it. There's people in chat that like noise music. There's nothing wrong with that. I just fucking hate it. Thanks to the bit sweeper. React to toilet flood compilation? What the fuck are you talking about? Toilet flood compilation? Hold on, let me do this off stream. Make sure there's not like shit particles floating around. Oh my god, it's nothing but shit.
Water spewing from their bathroom.
Felt like Rose on the Titanic.
What is wrong with you?
Oh no. What?
I can't watch this on Twitch. Okay. Thanks to the resub Snap, Phoenix, and Tier 1 Rad Panda. It's just a bunch of fucking dirty shit water blasting out of toilets. I don't know why you think I could watch that on Twitch. It's sweet, thank you, Mother of Nut. Oh, I love Kit Boga. I watched Ludwig's roast. It was really good. It was very, very good. Maybe silver. Is it like a meme or something? The first one is good? No, I'm not watching another thing on noise music. It's literally just slideshows. I do want to see this now, though.
This video is made possible by Dashlane. Download
Thanks to
Dashlane
Bits
for a
Cosmosis.
free 30-day
Don't know who that is,
trial
though.
if you never want to forget another password again at the link in the description. Pyongyang, North Korea, 1995. The lone American made his way down a long, dingy hallway.
Stone Cold Steve Austin, let's go.
Korean officials. He was nervous, afraid of what was to come, not just because of the constant surveillance he was under, but the state of the entire country. You see, North Korea at that very moment was in the midst of a devastating famine, with hundreds and thousands of its citizens suffering and dying from starvation and illnesses. He didn't know what to expect, but
Thanks
he
to
was there
Bits
for a reason.
Jojo.
And
Resub
he had a job to
King.
do. At the entrance, he got his cue, and with one final breath,
I disagree,
he
King.
stepped out into what was a sea of humanity.
Oh,
Now this
fuck
wasn't just
yeah.
any crowd. This was 190,000 North Koreans.
Holy
who were conditioned
shit.
to see Americans as evil, who did not know pro wrestling was staged, that it was predetermined and choreographed. And here was a man, a blonde-haired American man,
190K.
who embodied everything they were legitimately told to hate. This man, you may have heard
Ric
of,
Flair!
was the legendary Ric Flair.
Nature Boy!
One of the greatest
Woo!
American professional wrestlers of all time. And at this moment, he was wondering what he had gotten himself into.
This
Now,
guy's been
happened
like
in
90
April
years old
1995,
for the last
but the
80
events
years.
that led to this actually started 11 months earlier. Tokyo, Japan, 1994. Over 1,000 kilometers away, a Japanese politician was in his office
Thanks a bit to that
contemplating
guy.
his uncertain
Can't click
future.
links,
This
Skinfire.
politician
And I
was in
can't
the
watch
midst of a
Dildo
major scandal
Twitch.
involving his alleged connection to the Japanese mafia, the Yakuza, and this seriously threatened his upcoming re-election to the House of Councilors, Japan's equivalent to the US Senate. Now, aside from being a politician, he was also one of the most popular Japanese wrestlers of all time, because this
Wow.
guy with the granite chin was the renowned Antonio Inoki. Initially rising to fame
His
as the
chin
first
is
the great
nuts.
1950s legend Rikidozan, the first real megastar of Japanese pro wrestling, he eventually branched out, building a legacy of his own, later parlaying his in-ring success and popularity to the world.
Look at that! Holy shit! This man is perpetually cosplaying the Crimson Chin. Holy shit! That's like that meme, the Chad Thundercock gamer meme or whatever. Holy lord.
However, with his political career now in limbo, he was thinking of leveraging that past to save his future. Now over in the Hermit Kingdom, an incident was taking place. Something unthinkable.
Thanks for your
The
shrub.
great leader, the eternal president, the founder of North Korea, Kim Il-sung, had collapsed. He was having a heart attack. A team of North Korea's best doctors were flown in to save him. They worked on him for hours, but alas,
Thanks to
on the
Prime
afternoon
Super
of
Poo.
July 8th, 1994, Kim Il-sung died. To North Koreans, this was a man who saved Korea, who single-handedly defeated the evil Japanese to liberate the nation, who fought off and vanquished the imperialist Americans to win the Korean War.
Thanks to
And
Prime
those
Hypey.
were some mighty shoes to fill. His son, Kim Jong-il, now left suddenly with an entire nation to rule and one under immense turmoil, felt this pressure, as all eyes were on him. Meanwhile, in the
Thanks for
US,
some
there was
Nando.
one company that was reigning supreme as the world's premier wrestling brand, the Connecticut-based World Wrestling Federation. or
The WWF!
today known as
Fuck!
the WWE.
They used to
Now,
make
at the
so
time,
many good
their biggest
Nintendo
competitor
games.
was the Georgia-based
Oh,
World
shit.
Championship Wrestling, or WCW, who was constantly
Oh
trying
my
to play
God.
catch up. This frustrated the WCW president Eric Bischoff, who wanted nothing more than to beat his rival. One night, Bischoff received a call from an old Japanese acquaintance. It was the wrestler turned politician Antonio Inoki. Inoki had finally figured out how to save
Thanks to
his
Prime,
political
Crosslaw, and
career,
Resub
it
Haley,
perhaps
and Jaws.
strangely involved holding the greatest pro wrestling event the world had ever seen. Inoki himself owned a successful wrestling company in Tokyo called New Japan Pro Wrestling, NJPW, and in a collaborative effort
I don't know
with
too much
Bischoff's
about that.
WCW, wanted to put on a pay-per-view extravaganza with marquee names from both sides of the Pacific. The publicity would be huge. Bischoff listened intently as
WCW had
Inoki
Hulk Hogan
won
first, I
caveats.
think, right?
The event would be held
Is Hulkmania
in
gonna run wild in North Korea?
totalitarian, isolationist state. Now, this in itself would be controversial, but NJPW was a
Oh, no.
Japanese company, and WCW was an American company. Two countries considered the greatest of enemies to North Korea.
He went to
Despite
WCW
this,
after.
Inoki
Gotcha.
was willing, hoping the publicity and goodwill gleaned from this so-called World Peace event, as he dubbed it, would boost his chances at re-election, as well as help put WCW on the map. Or at least, that was his pitch to Bischoff. Bischoff didn't actually need much convincing though, because he saw this as a phenomenal opportunity to gain mainstream attention. Now, of course, all this really amounts to nothing if North Korea didn't actually agree to hold the event. And for such an isolationist country intent on keeping outsiders away, this just wasn't going to happen, barring of
Yeah,
course, some
why-
unprecedented
why did they agree
North
to it?
Korea.
Did they revive
The supreme
their
leader,
supreme leader and have him
Kim
win the
Jong-il,
wrestling match?
was now
Proving that he was
which
the
meant
best?
He needed to make a statement. He needed to showcase his newfound power and influence to the world and to his own people. He needed to prove his worth and establish a cult of personality he felt
Okay.
was vital for political control, something he learned from Dad. and, odd as it may seem to us, a grand pro wrestling event with its simplistic portrayals of good and evil.
I hope he hops in the
apparently
ring.
served that purpose. North Korea had always tended towards
Thanks
these
to Prime
types of
Goose and
old-fashioned
Resub Medieval.
stylized spectacles in showcasing their might. And so,
Yeah, I heard
he was
about
on
that
board.
body farm.
Thus, the pieces were now in place. Inoki, Bischoff, and Kim were all in. But they needed a main event to headline the show, one that would generate a great deal of buzz. And it only made sense that Inoki himself be involved, given his
What a
superstar
badass!
status, which he agreed to. Being
And that chin is
from the
nuts.
sport by that point, and being an active, high-profile politician, made it unexpected to some, though not completely unique in the annals of wrestling
Kane!
history, as seen by current mayor of Knox County, Tennessee, Kane, who still makes in-ring appearances to this day. Inoki had always taken a
Kane's so
hands-on
fucking cool.
approach in
Oh, what?
diplomatic affairs, and controversies aside, his
he
actions
slap a
often
school
stemmed
child?
from a genuine interest in promoting
Nice.
world peace, to the point of putting himself in some real danger. Now, the question was though, who was he going to face in the main event? His opponent also
Thanks,
had to
Resub
be someone
Grievous.
big, and preferably American. And so Eric Bischoff went and asked his biggest star in WCW to join him in Pyongyang. The most famous wrestler of all time,
I fucking
Hulk
knew it!
Hogan, who said no.
Oh.
But who did agree to join him was the nature lord,
Woo!
Ric
Let's go, Ric
also one of
Flair!
the all-time greats. Unlike Hogan, Party Boy Flair was always up for an adventure and was excited to take the risk.
I don't think this guy's
And
been
risk it
off
was,
of cocaine
once
for
inside
more
the
than a
Kingdom,
day
no one would be
any
able to
time in the
prevent
last 3
their
decades.
safety. Now, at this point, the powers that be wanted even more prestige added to the event.
Thanks for
So they
5 gift
called
subs,
upon a
Ferry.
name that even
Prime
non-wrestling
will.
fans
Thank you,
had
Ferry.
heard of. Astonishingly, Bischoff was able to convince Muhammad Ali the Greatest to join them on the ride. Many months later, in Pyongyang, this motley crew of high-profile American and Japanese wrestlers and performers touched down in a special military plane sent by the North Korean government. They were warned in advance the plane would be bugged, filled with microphones, which meant they had to refrain from saying anything even remotely negative about the country. Upon landing, each person had their
Thanks, Resub
passports
Boyerism,
taken
and they
and
give
was
sub
immediately
Barnett.
assigned a handler by North Korea's intelligence agency to follow them around 24/7. This meant they weren't allowed to go anywhere except for on carefully curated tours of the country, crafted
What's Ric
specifically
Flair's
for
finishing
them.
move? I
On
don't
these
know.
tours, they had to go to
Fucking
monuments
Force
and
of
memorials
Nature or something,
they
where
were
you just,
told by
like,
their
rips your
handlers
cock
that
off?
the
I don't
atomic
remember.
bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki never happened, and that North Korea won World War II. Many times they had to pay their respects to the great heroes of North Korea's past, including
The
of
fucking
course,
Figure
the recently
4?
deceased Supreme Leader.
I don't
All in
remember
all,
that.
They were simply the best, and if anyone told them otherwise, there would be severe consequences. One of the wrestlers, Big Scott Norton, found this out the hard way. One night in his hotel room, he was on the phone with his wife, who was in the US. They were arguing, as she was accusing him of partying recklessly, having a blast with the guys over in Asia. Norton tried to explain that she was wrong, that
Yeah.
that sort of thing just wasn't possible in North Korea.
Yeah,
But
Jesus
she didn't
Christ.
believe him. Out of frustration, he yelled, "You don't understand what kind of shit we're in." Which is when the phone
Oh,
went dead.
he died.
The door suddenly opened.
Oh my
and
God.
North Korean military personnel
Executed
came in
him.
and forced him out. They sat him down in an interrogation room and informed him that he can't talk about their country like that. Indeed, they had heard everything. The phone was tapped and the room was bugged. All the hotel
Thanks,
rooms
Resub
were
Voful.
under surveillance. According to his later account, Norton fully
Hey, appreciate it.
expected
Thank
to
you,
be shot
Choppa.
right then, right there. But as things
Red
were
Kid.
looking dire, someone high up in command walked in, and after some vague threats and a stern warning, he was let go. Perhaps it was because they knew a high-profile diplomatic incident would likely be more detrimental to North Korea. Or they just didn't want to ruin the big event the next day, as Scott Norton was a featured attraction.
Does he
Either
still
way,
go on
come
to
event
wrestle?
time, Norton, Flair, all the wrestlers were ready to put on a show.
They
Now,
beat
there
him
was a
with
huge
metal
famine
bats
going
and then
on,
expect
so
him
the
to go
wrestlers
wrestle?
really had no idea what sort of crowd to expect. Would they even be able to afford tickets? But upon arrival at the stadium, they were shocked to find a packed attendance, which in itself is impressive. But this was North Korea's May Day Stadium, to this day the largest stadium in the world. Ric Flair was ecstatic that there were real draws even in the Hermit Kingdom, but he was soon informed that what he was witnessing was a forced attendance.
Who
North Korea wanted to
cares?
show the world how much they were
Let's
truly
go.
respected, and it was clear that empty arena matches just wouldn't convey that. As for their militaristic might, they had tanks and launchers displayed on the field, as well as lots and lots and lots of marching. In the back, they had rows of children holding up sectioned cards that collectively depicted ballistic missiles hitting the US and Japan, which, while a magnificent sight to behold, was awkwardly worrisome for the American and Japanese
No,
wrestlers who were
they
getting
mean it in good faith.
performed.
Part
Now,
of the
once they
wrestling
were performing,
promotion.
Once the actual wrestling started, things took a strange turn, because it became quickly apparent that something wasn't quite right. The entire stadium of people were silent, eerily silent. Pro wrestling had always been contingent on eliciting crowd
Thanks, Resub
reactions
John.
and playing off them, so this was a huge detriment to the performance. Now, it turned out that likely no one in the stadium actually knew what pro wrestling was.
So what?
They didn't know any of the famous wrestlers, and they didn't know it was meant to be fake. For this conservative crowd, the carnivalesque glitz and glamour, the flamboyance and face paint was just too much. And, if anything, they were expecting competition along the lines of amateur wrestling, or Greco-Roman, the best fighting the best, true gladiators, the elite, not this suspiciously fake stuff. But that wasn't even the biggest problem, because the entire show was filled with American and Japanese wrestlers. All the matches were either America versus America, Japan versus Japan, or America versus Japan. So who were they supposed to cheer? Wrestling's meant to have a good guy, bad guy dynamic, and they clearly established at the start who not to cheer for. The deafening silence continued through Two Cold Scorpios breakdancing, the Steiner Brothers theatrics, and even some solid wrestling. There were a few exceptions though that provoked a reaction, like the women's tag match, which was absolutely shocking for the North Korean men, Bull Nakano in particular with the blue-haired dominatrix look, and the match of behemoths. Big Scott Norton, fresh from interrogation, battling Shinya Hashimoto. Big heavy-set men like these were of course bewildering sights in a country ravaged by famine. Exceptions aside though, by and large, there were no reactions.
This is fucking wild.
Just didn't care. And as the main event rolled around, things were looking grim. Ric Flair versus Antonio Inoki. Once again, America versus Japan. Now, Flair may have been on edge, but Inoki,
they should have used necromancy and brought back the
concerned
supreme
because
leader. Have him
had a
wrestle.
plan. In fact, he had anticipated
crowd
the crowd from the very start. And as the architect of this whole affair,
Thanks,
he was banking on one very important piece of the puzzle. One that was remarkably over 70 years in the making. Hongwon County, North Korea, 1924. On the East Coast, there was a boy who was the son of a farmer. He grew up poor like many in the region, but once older, he was able to make his way to Japan to earn a living. Korea was still under colonial Japanese rule at the time. He first did sumo, but soon gave it up to try his hand at professional wrestling. This is where he found unrivaled success, defeating American after American, emerging as a folk hero to the Japanese people. In the post-war era, the Japanese people were searching for that one symbol of strength, a symbol of Japanese resurgence, and they found it in this man, the man known as Rikidozan, the first real megastar of Japanese pro wrestling. By this point, he was a naturalized Japanese, but he still loved his homeland and its people, if not the regime running it. Then in 1963, after an altercation at a nightclub, to the shock of the nation, he unexpectedly died. Now, it was at this point North Korea decided to use him, an ethnic North Korean, for propaganda purposes, transferring his legacy to fit the North Korean narrative, defeating American after American on behalf of the Kim regime, even if no one in the country knew what pro wrestling was. Today, he stands as the nation's ultimate anti-imperialist patriot, and, just like the Kims, is a revered national hero, heavily featured in North Korean media, propaganda posters, monuments, with people all over the country traveling to pay their respects. Which is why 30-odd years after his death, it was a monumental occasion when Rikidozan's protege, Antonio Inoki, on behalf of his mentor, returned to the homeland to once again conquer and defeat an imperialist American scoundrel. As Flair made his way to the ring, looking as American as can be, with his blonde hair, blue eyes, and star-studded robe, he was nervous. The crowd was treating him with a sense of quiet disdain.
Hitting him with tomatoes.
Then it was
well, I mean, it's North Korea. They don't have tomatoes. Spitting at him, I guess.
And for the first time, the crowd came alive. It didn't matter that he was Japanese, because he was representing the great Rikidozan. As the match started, it became very clear that this wasn't America versus Japan. This was America versus North Korea.
Thanks to resub Sokoloco.
Few times at Collision in Korea, really responding to Inoki.
The people truly loved Inoki, chanting his name and hanging on his every move. Flair too played his part well with his classic cowardly antics. And after about 15 minutes of back and forth action, Inoki nailed a cartwheel, a devastating top rope knee drop.
Oh god. Nature Boy's getting fucked up.
And Zaguri kick. And it was over. The hero had triumphed. Fans stood up and applauded as North Korea once again prevailed. The main event was a success. Kim was happy, and with the entire event in Pyongyang having a legitimate record-breaking attendance far greater than any WrestleMania to date,
in the Prime Bone
this was proclaimed undoubtedly the greatest pro wrestling event in history. Or was it? That was the North Korean narrative. But outside of the Hermit
No one
Kingdom,
watched it.
The event actually failed to garner any real
I figured.
publicity. No one knew about it, and the few who did reported it as some strange attempt to win world respect, reinforcing international opinion that North Korea was kind of weird. Kim Jong-il did not get the respect he was seeking, but it wasn't just him. After returning to Japan, Antonio Inoki discovered that the event offered little to no political rub amidst its controversies, and a few months later, he lost his re-election bid to Japan's House of Councillors. For Eric Bischoff, he decided to air the controversial event on pay-per-view, marketing it as Collision in Korea, which hopefully was the big push he needed to once and for all topple the WWF. But it tanked. The ratings were low, and no one cared. There wasn't even any blowback for their time in Korea. Years later, WCW was purchased by the WWF, by this point the WWE, and the event soon faded into obscurity. Now, interestingly, this wasn't actually the last time a major US wrestling company would go on to hold a prominent event in a controversial totalitarian state. Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, 2018. 23 years after
I remember
North
this.
Korea.
The wrestlers got
now
trapped.
Unrivaled as the world's largest wrestling
They weren't allowed to
promotion,
leave.
held an event in the kingdom's capital. This amidst controversy involving the journalist Jamal Khashoggi, who after being surveilled for weeks by Saudi officials, was executed in the Saudi consulate in Turkey. According to many sources, the order came from the Crown Prince himself, although Saudi Arabia denies this. The show went on despite criticisms from prominent politicians, the media, political commentators, and even WWE's top stars, like Daniel Bryan and John Cena, who refused to work the event. All this quite unlike North Korea, where no one cared. However, just like North Korea, the Saudi show inextricably featured a wrestler
25 gift subs,
politician
Gamers
who,
Nexus.
like Inoki, just so happened to compete in the night's main event.
Holy
An
shit, thank you,
uncanny
Jester.
coincidence.
Or, Jesus,
This man,
Nexus.
the aforementioned
Thanks
mayor
to the resub,
of Knox
Jester.
County, Tennessee, Kane. Now, the funny thing is, while North Korea was spying on wrestlers, Saudi Arabia was spying on journalists, tapping their phones and hacking their accounts, which makes it all the more fitting that the only reason they were caught and exposed was because Turkey was spying on them. And really, it's not just governments or journalists or wrestlers. Most people today are too laxed when it comes to online security, using the same password for every account they have. Now, if this is you, congratulations. You've just witnessed my most convoluted seg. But that's okay, because Dash
it's a good segue. The one he's talking about, though, I actually do remember that one. I'd never heard about the North Korean one, though. I don't know who Tech Jesus is? I guess not. But I do very much appreciate the 25 gift subs. Thank you, Gamers Nexus. I'm sure I've seen the content at some point. In fact, I'll look now. I see Tech Jesus. Fuck yeah. Thanks to resub blank in Jabroni. Nah, no Darman. We caught up on Darman. That was cool. I am a little disappointed that they didn't have like North Korean wrestlers enter. It would have been pretty nice to see that. But, oh well. There are no North Korean wrestlers. Yeah, but they could have had some just for that one night. Right? Like, I'm sure it can't be hard to just make up some kind of new character. Like the North Korean navigator. He goes into the ring and just, like, beats some ass. Is that a fact, Evan? I mean, Inoki looks like a guy that could beat some ass. Thanks to the gift sub career. History of Pulgasari is about how North Korea kidnapped a film director and his ex-wife to make a Godzilla ripoff. What? You the gift sub Scoots. It's a Gamer's Nexus, fuck yeah. Hold on, what the fuck are you talking about? You going to bed? Okay. Hold on. Let me make sure this is something I can actually watch on stream. Pulgasari was made in 1985, the same year that Shin's North Korean films Salt and the Tale of Shim were released. What? What is this? How Kim Jong-il kidnapped a director and made a Godzilla knockoff and created a cult hit. I don't know about that, Fluster. We watched some Irish arguing the other day. It's like impossible to understand. I'm gonna go say goodnight to Tiana real quick though, so I'll be right back. Thanks to the resub, Sierra. Alright, team, I'm back. Yeah, of course I've seen ear pulling contests. Thanks to the resub Monkey and the gift sub Pokemons and resub VX on Monkey again in Linux. The resub Carl. Will you play Alt F4 again? I don't know. Thanks to resub Mouse. I hope next week's better, Mouse. Go back to the channel with the lady who taught you how to eat ass. Oh, you're talking about fuck, what's her name? She taught all kinds of things, like how to make a fleshlight out of a water bottle and warm towel and stuff like that. I don't think she does much anymore though. I don't know if she still makes things. Thanks to the resub Sonya Blade. Let me look up her channel over here real quick though. Here it is. Sexplanations.
As you may know.
Oh, she. Wait, this isn't the same lady. I don't think. I'm not sure. But yeah, this is the channel. It was Sexplanations. And she'd teach things like proper ass eating techniques and shit like that. Homemade fleshlights. How to have phone sex. I'm actually, hold on, I'm pretty curious on that one.
I'm Dr. Lindsay Doe, clinical sexologist and host of this sex-curious show, Sexplanations. Today I want to talk about phone sex, but first I want to let you know that this is really emotional for me. Really emotional. A couple of months ago, I was having phone sex that was so good, so I was telling my friends how much I love it. Some of them they'd never tried it before. They were all surprised that phone sex could be so epic. You could go for hours.
Tata,
they didn't know its potential.
Sherlock and resub Jack and Tier 1 Scott.
Embarrassed to find out. They felt self-conscious. So I started working on this episode. I love phone sex. Of course I want to share that with others. And then we're here at the end of March 2020. Borders are closing, flights are canceled, and there's a global standard to physically distance yourself from others to not die. It's emotional. I'm emotional. For many of us,
yeah, it was a tough time.
A way to spice up our sex lives. It is our sex lives. So this
She's not crazy. She just had great phone sex before this video.
To get you all laid, if that's what you want. Let's talk about how intimacy survives the apocalypse. One way
doesn't.
Is phone sex.
Checkmate.
Texting, calling, or video conferencing on your phone with others, usually while masturbating or expressing sexuality. JW asks, how do you get started?
Well, you need a telephone first.
Honest and simple as, want to have phone sex? Can I get you off over the phone? Have you watched the latest Sexplanations? It probably feels scary.
So I'm assuming these techniques are for somebody you already know. I can't imagine a cold opener, like, can I get you off over the phone would be great on a stranger. So I'm going in here with the assumption that she's talking about with, like, your current partner, I think. I would highly recommend not using any of the three if it's like a Tinder opener, but I'm also not your dad. Like, if you want to get wild and wacky, fucking run it. And I'm not a literal PhD sex degree haver like Lindsay.
It probably feels scary. If you're on the phone, you can't read body language as easily. You can't communicate through touch. What if they say no? What if they think it's weird? Help! Deep breath. If you try to have phone sex, you could have phone sex. And eventually you'll come up with your own phrases like, do you have a toy nearby? Are your notifications turned off? My go-tos are, would you like me to moan into your ear while you masturbate? Do you have a now to make me come over the phone? And drop in the conversations about taxes and epidemiology. Up for phone sex later? The similarity across all starts is
I mean, that's... There's no miscommunication having with that kind of forwardness.
change the subject. So COVID, am I right? They say yes. Determine when.
Hey, excuse me. I'm trying to come.
Now kind of
Can you
phone
moan
sex.
into the phone?
Maybe it unfolds organically throughout a conversation. You're flirting and making dinner together, and then on video call, you start to slide the shoulder of your blouse off. It's also possible and probably most convenient to schedule a time when everyone is free and set up to play, accounting for
Thanks for the
different
resub,
time
Tim
zones
and
and
Prime
time changes.
Kyle.
Checklist. Privacy, phone charged,
Appreciate the resub,
toys
Tim.
prepped, hands cleaned, good lighting, quiet area, untangled headphones, hands cleaned again. All the while you're prepping, anticipation is building. You're going to get it so good if you're patient. Another thing you can do while getting ready is warming up with some suggestive photos and emojis. What makes you feel sexy? Lip biting, your panty line, the bulge in your jeans? If you're new to selfies, this may feel strange. Lean into it. Take a close-up of your
Lindsay, this
eyeball
is pretty
because
aggressive.
One of the last things your dick sees before I draw it into my mouth. In my experience, there's a
Whoa, Lindsay. Okay, let's slow down a little bit. Whoa.
It feels like exercising
Okay.
intentional seizure. And with phone sex, all of that awkward is being sent into the ether. So when it's time for the call, get situated. Position yourself to masturbate, drink some water, own the weird, and then call. Audio or video. Acknowledge you're nervous and try to make one move. If we were together right now, what would you want to do to me? Oh! Give me a moment. Did I mention that I love this? Their suggested formula is
I mean, this is like
or do next. Mine is desire,
unfulfilling.
Experience, wait, do. Express what you want.
Thanks for the gift sub, Green Bean and Scott.
Experience, and then wait. Let the other person volley back their desire and experience to you.
Thanks to Bits Real Talk and resub Maddie.
Desire, experience, wait. Here's some examples. I just got your eyeball close up. It gave me a hard on. That's experience. I wish I was there to unbutton your pants. Can you do that for me? Desire. I'm lifting up my skirt so that you can see I'm not wearing any panties. Experience.
That's some anime shit.
My warm breath on your navel. Excited to go down on you.
On your navel? Lindsay, what the fuck is this? Warm breath on your navel? Fucking speaking into a belly button like a dog whisperer? Like, what is this garbage? Go back to, like, the eyeball with the last thing your cock sees before it goes into my mouth or whatever. This navel shit, you've ruined it. You've absolutely ruined it. I'm hanging up now.
Desire. Eventually, one of you might take a more dominant role guiding the fantasy or narrating what's happening.
Thanks to
You
the
feel
resub,
my hand
Dubdick.
sliding up from your waist under your shirt. Other times it might be playful encouragement. Make yourself really hard for me. A third option is saying nothing at all. Sometimes I can't talk. I'm so enthralled that I can't put words together.
Well, then
My
phone
mouth
sex
to
doesn't work
participate.
in that
Established.
case.
I'm just going to touch myself and imagine you doing the same. I like you being on the phone, but then I switch to only
This is like the Louis
breathing
C.K.
and moaning
approach here.
audibly. No one has to talk. Got it? Let's do some phone sex troubleshooting. Ryan Smith asks, odd question, but how can I hold the phone without having headphones on so that the phone doesn't go away from my ear? Hat, ribbon, underwear. I prefer to use speakerphone and place it somewhere else.
Hot tubs destroyed, plant.
Leaned up against bedding on my chest. And for the hands-free crotch and tits shot, I hold the phone in between my heels.
All right.
How do I not
Twitch streamers,
phrases over
take some notes. We've got the techniques now. We can upgrade these streams.
What's happening. The more you practice,
We've only just begun.
Sex, the easier it will become to script with new and delicious words. One thing I would recommend is to add another person's words. Read erotic literature over the phone, romance novels, porn for the blind. For me, the best part of phone sex is sharing it with someone else. They could be in quarantine with their family cooking curry, and I'd still be so happy rubbing one out, knowing that there's a witness on the other line who appreciates it. So,
You psychopath, what are you talking about? You're saying that when your family's over for a nice meal, you'll be upstairs flicking the bean? Why? Go eat. You can do that later. They came over to socialize with the family. You don't need to go upstairs. Sex on Earth. What the fuck is it? Jesus Christ. Sex, shake, and pee. What? What kind of 50 Shades of Grey fanfic is going on back there?
less about what you say. You could say anything tenderly and you're set. Dan is Done asks, what makes it enjoyable?
Nothing.
How it feels ultimately depends on everyone's masturbation skill and imagination. Callie asks, what are ways that you can keep it from getting boring or monotonous? Switch it up between texting, calls, and video. Each of them have different benefits.
Thanks
For
for some
example,
T-downs.
texting words, photos, or video clips is going to be the highest quality and the most flirtatious because there's a lag time between responses and a buildup of excitement. Make a game out of which text makes the boner biggest. Pick the erectile progress, mix in some photos or messages about
So she's like a dick pic receptacle, like a hub for dick pics, it sounds like.
Which square inch of my body is this? Record a clip of your hand sliding down the front of your pants. Voice calls are nice because they let you focus on the story and not worry about how the fantasy doesn't necessarily match reality. You can wear whatever you want, go pee when you need to, move around, get all weird with your faces, who cares? So here, try different accents. Pretend to be another person. Role play a clandestine meeting where she only removes her N95 mask to eat you out. As for video, you might switch to more of a striptease or
holy shit.
Role. So it's more
She's like a Dungeons and Dragons DM for sex.
Costumes, props, body paint. Position yourself like you're doing it doggy style. Just as Scottish Yorkie asks, does your phone sex become surreal? One time I came riding in on a tank. Yes. I found
this actually is just like, oh boy. All right, Lindsay, let's calm down here, okay, Lindsay?
Here's a list of
Jesus Christ.
And don'ts. Do try phone sex a few times before you decide whether or not you like it. Do laugh at yourself. Do call each other back if the call drops. Do try something different if service failure persists. Do set a time frame so that if one person wants to spend all day at it and the other person has 15 minutes to give, you can match your arousal cycles a little better.
Arousal cycles? I'm not a robot.
Do communicate.
Sometimes I just have boners for no reason.
How about this? Don't record the conversation, video, audio, or screen capture without permission. Don't let other people listen in unless you have permission. Don't come and run. Check in afterward. Phone cuddle if you want. Don't expect orgasm. Don't
check in afterwards? She makes it sound like it's that Facebook feature during a natural disaster to like check if you're okay. Like, I'm still safe. All right, I came. Are you good? I don't care.
Neglect the possibility of them either. Don't put too much pressure on anyone or the situation, and don't lose your cool if the screen is blurry, the audio is spotty, or the connection is bad. Improvising during technological snafus is so sexy. Dogs barking in the background? Hit mute. Screen frozen. Do something extra kinky so that when the phone reconnects, the person catches a glimpse of what they missed and gets curious for more. Bad sound reception? Verify what the person said, definitely.
And the prime bad habits and lore.
Or hang out quietly and send a text. I wish you could hear how much I want you. Blurry image? End the call. Do a photo shoot, send the photos, and then get back to just audio. Almost all of my phone sex is on an app that occasionally stops working. Maybe you know about this. When it beeps and says, reconnecting,
I have no idea what that is. What app is that?
And think about how fortunate we are to have
sounded like a dial-up
technology to maintain sex lives and relationships. Too loud. My friend taught me that you can turn the earbuds around so that the speaker isn't going directly into your canal. Here's a big one. Can't tell if the person has come or not? Ask. Did you come? And when you come, model being really explicit so that you don't
pardon me, madame.
I'm coming.
Did you come?
Desire, experience, wait. Part of desire can include an outline of how you want sex to go. Do you want to come multiple times? Do you want to follow masturbating with other
Jesus
person
Christ.
on the line? Do you want to get
in one
other
phone
person
call?
all riled up, hang up on them, and then finish separately? Put it out there. The experience is communicating how all of this unfolds. By describing your body's physiological changes, everyone has a better idea of how into arousal you are. Nipples hard? Genitals engorged? Heavy breathing? Pelvis thrusting like it's somehow going to circumvent the globe and reach dick on the other side?
Jesus Christ!
Wait for the
help! Fuck! Goddamn! That got insane real quick. Like she was hunting for infinity stones in cock.
Something we're going to get better at. It'll get easier. We'll come up with surprisingly ingenious ways to please each other, to survive with what we've got. Human beings are innovative. We're built to learn skills and improve upon them. We're curious. Stay curious. I've put a list of other phone sex and sex in the apocalypse resources in the description. I hope you're all taking good care of yourselves.
Thanks to give sub sauce, resub quad, and Sharon. Well, that was pretty wild. Guess what gear? What the fuck? What the fuck is that? Dude had her strung up like a victim in the Saw universe. Jesus Christ. Hold on, let's see what else. I haven't checked in this channel in a while. Let me see what else is going on here. I can't look at the channel on stream because sometimes she busts out some wild shit. Thanks for the gift sub, Scott. True, Rip. Very true. And thanks to the Bits Cosmic. All of those, well, all of the basketball shorts are ones we've talked about, Lars, so we might. Large object insertion. That sounds dangerous. Sexual awakenings with scientist Ginny Bailiff. Well, that's more like a podcast thing. Tree fucking facts. Penis tingles. An erection story. What is this? Well, let me skim through this to make sure it's okay, but that's got my attention. Oh boy, it's a full scientific look at penis tingles while she's dressed as Spider-Man, which I imagine is because of the Spidey sense tingling, implying that my penis is my Spidey sense. The old wiener sensor. Probably can't watch that one. Oh! Holy shit, Astro. Thank you for the 50 gifties. Astro, thank you, man. Appreciate the huge 50 Whoa, what the fuck is happening? Thank you for the back-to-back 50 gift subs, Astro. And the gift sub Porcupine. Thank you, man. Holy fuck. And thanks to the tier 1 Dead Cat. And really appreciate the big 50 as well, Prophetic. Sorry, I just saw that one. Astrodex, thank you so much. Yeah, I hope the phone sex advice was helpful, I suppose. Thank you, Astro. Goddamn. That was super sweet. Thank you for the gift sub Juice. And the resub Narth and Yelm in the tier 1 Stop Losing to Me and Prime Frisco. I don't know why that happens, Fluster, but yeah, that happens from time to time. Virginity 101. 37 clit pics. Clit pics? Alright, hold on, let me make sure this is safe.
This episode of Clit Pics is sponsored by adamandeve.com, where
Oh, it's actually just showing pictures of clitoris. It looks... The pictures she has pulled up, I obviously can't show them, but they look like little spaceships. It's like... It's like some kind of fucking starship fighter. These are not very good pictures of clitoris, I'll tell you what. Alright. I don't know what I was expecting, to be honest, but it really wasn't that. 100 reasons delayed ejaculation happens. Delayed? Lucky guys. Genital hygiene for kids. Whoa. Don't know about that one, Lindsay. All of these just seem like ones I absolutely cannot watch. But I really love the titles. Penis Memories. The Front Hole Debate. Guided Masturbation. Maybe this one I can watch. My Conversation with a Madam. I don't know what that means though. It's like a podcast. Is masturbation a sin? Okay, this one I can probably watch.
one of the biggest challenges people struggle with.
Man, she's got fucking naked Barbie dolls in the background. God damn it. Can't watch it. Thanks to Prime Slimy and the gift sub Jojo and the Prime Gate and resub Huge. Oreos over Chips Ahoy, 100%. And thanks for the 3, Hayden. Dr. Doe's got... Oh, she has naked Barbie dolls in the background of most of her videos from 2 years ago, it seems. Okay, so 2 years ago is out of the equation. She's wearing a strap-on in this one, and it's just called pegging. Can't do that. Thanks to the resub Dustin. How to touch a boob. Part 1. How to touch a boob part... Man, how to touch a boob part 2 popped off. 6 million views. Who doesn't know how to grab
video,
titty?
Stella and I demonstrated breast anatomy and breast healthcare. Now we're going to work together to go over how to...
Absolutely can't watch this one. And I see the reason why it has 6 million views is just full-on titty. YouTube allowed it under the guise of education. So, smart play, Lindsay. How to put condoms on an intact penis. As opposed to what? A dismembered penis? Like, what does that mean?
I'm Dr. Lindsay Doe, clinical sexologist and host of this sex-curious show, Sexplanations. Today's episode is sponsored by AdamandEve.com, where you can get all of my favorite condom brands for cheap.
Adam and Eve does slap.
Phallus. This represents a penis, but it can...
Oh, I see. And then here's the classic how to eat ass. Do I have sex with my clients?
Recently I was...
What? Okay, this one I can finally fucking watch. She doesn't just like full on get raw dogged by a client or anything. We can finally watch another one. Let's go.
Recently, I was asked if I have sex with my clients.
And the answer is a resounding
My name
yes.
is Lindsay Doe. I'm a doctor of human sexuality and a clinical sexologist. For work, I do a variety of things. Speak at universities, research and write a lot, host explanations here and on the podcast.
Thanks to
And I
Prime
work with
Chaos,
people
Resub
individually
Helios,
and as partners
Prime
on their
Baguette.
sex lives, which some call sex therapy. In my private practice,
Resub
a
Jake.
client makes an appointment. We meet for an hour each week to address what they have going on sexually, and then I send them on their way to be successful. Do I touch them or have sex with them? I don't have sex with my clients, and the only time I touch them is to give a high five, maybe a hug if I've known them for a while. I'm not trained or
She just lost all of her clients after making this video.
There are professionals who are, though. They touch, some even have sex with their clients. They might call themselves any number of titles. I'm going to focus on these four: sex surrogate, sexual healer, sexological body worker, and...
Wait a minute, let me make sure she doesn't show anything. I need to double check now. I'm starting to question if this is actually safe. Okay, that's fine. Sexual healer, I've never heard that term before. Okay, we're good.
Somatica practitioner. First, surrogates. Surrogates are substitutes. For example, a surrogate mother is someone who stands in as a uterus for someone else. Like if I was a surrogate mother, I would be inseminated or have an embryo put inside of me, and go through pregnancy and childbirth to hand the baby off to the person I'm substituting for. Sex surrogacy
Ton of
is
work.
a substitute sex partner. They're stand-ins
That's
for
just a
actual
lot of
sex
work.
partners, so the client can practice and learn how to do things like flirt, caress, perform oral sex, and dance. They typically work as part of a team with a talk therapist like me, so that everyone is troubleshooting the situation together. William Masters and Virginia Johnson, two sexologists from the late 1900s, really popularized collaboration with surrogates. They would hire sexually responsive women to help their patients struggling with sexual difficulties like anorgasmia. In talk therapy, a woman might learn where her clit is and common ways to stroke it so she can become orgasmic. But a surrogate can actually point out where the clit is on her body and give real-time feedback on how she masturbates. Basically, surrogates are really helpful at coaching
masturbation
people in ways I
sensei?
can't. Another example is that I might learn in
What a
session that a
career!
client loses his erection just before penetration because he's afraid of rape accusations. The man and I can do tons of work verbally, but ultimately he'll have to do some reconditioning of his sexual response with someone who can hold safe space. If that's a partner, great. Sometimes though, there isn't a partner or the partner isn't able to also be a coach, and this is where a surrogate would come in. Sexual healers are really similar to sex surrogates in that they are sex partners, but a slight difference is that they view sex as a healing practice in addition to an act of intimacy. The healer I met talked about a man with third-degree burns all over his body. He struggled socially socially and wasn't able to attract a sex partner, so the healer would go to his house and love him up. Whatever felt sensual for him and comfortable for the healer is what they spent their time doing. Sexual healing is incredibly beneficial for people with disabilities, illnesses, or personalities that inhibit sexual expression. It's also really good for survivors of sexual assault and for those who have been hurt in any way. People in these situations may have maladaptive stress reactions or body responses to past trauma as if it's happening in the moment. Sexual healing uses physical touch to unwind and clear the psychological pattern. It restores people to a freer sexual state of mind. Another type of sexual health professional
Is sexual healing popular? How do incels exist when sexual healers exist?
Sexological body workers. Hundreds of hours of breathing, sexual contact, independent study, classes, and homework to become aids for others' erotic development. I've heard wonderful things about the program and have colleagues who have gone on to be awesome body workers because of it, like Dr. Danielle Harrell. When we were in school together, Danielle was studying orgasm during childbirth, how to come while you're having painful contractions to both ease and progress labor. She's taught this to others during hands-on
very
sessions,
important
helping women
field.
to find their G-spots and then to control ejaculation, and non-binary people.
I need to look something up real quick. I'm sorry to interrupt, Lindsay. So sexology is the profession. Was there really an entire course dedicated to orgasming during childbirth? I don't even know what a childbirth orgasm? Research? Birthgasm. A literary review of orgasm as an alternative mode of pain relief in childbirth. Oh my god, and it's written by the girl she was just talking... Oh, no, it's not. Different name. Yeah, there's like actual peer-reviewed shit here. That was on PubMed. Is an orgasmic birth possible? Isn't childbirth like the most painful thing the human body is capable of? Yeah, I mean, I guess this is a real field. The study of orgasms. That sounds like something some fraternity on a campus made up one time.
Expand their masturbation practices. She teaches all the things I can say but can't act out. That's sexological bodywork. A variation of this is somatica. Danielle and her business partner Celeste created this form of experiential sex coaching to reach a broader audience. Because the practitioner and clients are wearing clothes, those who aren't ready to take their clothes off but still want to learn practical sex and relationship skills can still do so. Here's how it happens. Danielle is teaching someone about passion in a session, like I do, but after she describes grabbing or kissing a partner passionately, she can model this for them and or encourage them to practice on her. It's a smart way to bring the best parts of talk therapy, surrogacy, bodywork, and healing together. I don't have sex with my clients, but I'm incredibly grateful for professionals who do. Too often we expect people to know innately how to give and receive pleasure, and this is like expecting them to swim or even walk without guidance. While it may be possible to instruct someone with words alone, other times, most times, it's better to have someone take you by the hands and hold you steady while you learn, be it a partner or one of these pros. In the description, I've put links to sites where you can find hands-on help if you need it, and training if you're interested in becoming certified yourself. Stay curious.
Who certifies that? Is there a board of sexual certified experts who just fuck people and they're like, you know what? That was pretty good. Here's a badge. Where, like, who are the board members? Alright, let's see what else. Easy Prime North in the resub bill. Thanks to the resub Lumari. Yeah, how do you get a PhD in sex? Cucking. It's just called cucking. I mean, that's got my attention. Is this something I can watch? I don't think so. Damn. Maddening arousal. What does that mean?
Recently, I got
Oh my god. Okay, I think we can watch this one, I think. Yeah, we should be good. Thanks to the Prime, Biggles and Elvin, the resub T-Cool, and the Prime Muffin.
Got a call from a really distressed young woman. Through tears, she explained that she had had what seemed like an orgasm while exercising, but there was no resolution, the stage after orgasm where the body goes back to relaxation. She'd already been to multiple medical doctors and looked online for answers, but only got a diagnosis of persistent genital arousal disorder, no solutions to fix it. I imagine some of you are skeptical, thinking,
Constantly
how can prolonged
aroused?
pleasure be that bad? So I'm gonna foster some
I've actually heard of that.
Pool, ice water, crop.
Oh, so she's ready for a Twitch stream. Let's go. Dr. Lindsay's stepping up to the meta.
Might feel exhilarating, but I can dry off and change my clothes. My crotch staying overstimulated indefinitely is not exhilarating.
But what about being stimulated by donations, huh? That's some perpetual
Those
stimulation.
with persistent genital arousal disorder have described it as irritating, torture, intrusive, unwanted, would rather cut out all my reproductive organs than to have it go on like this. In an interview with ABC News, Heather Dearman said she would rather never have another orgasm than to have this problem.
What is happening?
And
Why are you doing
when
this?
When a penis is aroused for more than 4 hours, it's considered a medical emergency called priapism.
My God, stop it.
You know
What are you doing?
Orgasm? Le petit mort, the little death. If we take this as an indication of what coming feels like, the young woman calling me had basically experienced a week's worth of little dying.
What is happening?
With no foreseeable end. That's real. The symptoms. Feelings of persistent, spontaneous, intrusive, unrelenting, and unwanted physical arousal, such as throbbing, pulsating, pounding, engorgement and/or pressure and discomfort in the genital tissues, including the clitoris, labia, vagina, perineum, and/or anus, without sexual desire or interest to varying degrees of bother.
Jesus, that was a lot to take in.
And lots of people with this disorder also have restless leg syndrome and the frequent urge to urinate. Stress and depression too. Having an illness that the medical community and the public in general know little about can be really isolating and lead to feeling ashamed and sad. The causes: vascular, neurologic, pharmacologic, hormonal, idiopathic. Basically, it
The causes. Watching Charlie's stream. You can't help but get extremely aroused.
Side effect of medications, a reaction to changes in hormones, or something completely unknown. When I read through the list of possible causes, it sounds like this in my head: pelvic congestion, ovarian, venous incompetence, large varices, Tourette's syndrome,
Thanks for the gift, Scott.
blunt central nervous system neurosurgical intervention, cervical and arterial venous pudendal nerve entrapment, or hypersensitivity, antidepressants, sudden withdrawal of selective serotonin.
So I have heard of this, to be honest. There was a guy that couldn't stop coming. I think he had 100 orgasms a day.
There's a lot of could-be explanations, but it's been notoriously difficult to pinpoint what really sets any of it off. Treatments. You might think masturbate or have sex, but this can actually make things worse. According to neuropsychiatrist Marcel Waldinger and his colleagues, sexual contact does not diminish symptoms like you'd hope, it aggravates them. To treat persistent genital arousal disorder, start by calling a gynecologist and making sure they know what you're experiencing is serious and real.
Thanks, Maria.
They may suggest cognitive behavioral therapy or new coping strategies, a local anesthetic, electroconvulsive therapy, hypnosis, change in medication, maybe even surgery to correct the nerve or distraction. In one case, which I think is worth noting, a patient with lifelong persistent genital arousal disorder.
What else we got? So now we know how to treat it. But what else do we have? Are your kids having sex? Don't want to know. BDSM dungeon tour. First day of sex school. That absolutely sounds like the title of an anime.
It's during
Don't know if I can watch this one. Thanks the Prime Slug. Sex and poop. Fun facts. Sex and poop, huh? Well, you've got me interested now.
This is Sexplanations, a show.
Hold on, let me make sure they don't show any poop. Anal expulsive. Wow. Wow. Oh boy, okay. Oh, what the fuck is this? I'm just scrolling through. She's like dropping terms. The frothy mixture of lube and fecal matter that is sometimes the byproduct of anal sex. Can't watch it. Shows poop. Good lord. Lindsay. Vagina mysteries solved? Finally, it's about time.
You can learn things in textbooks and classes and YouTube videos about...
Can't watch it. God, Jesus Christ. Exit tier 1, sincerely Uzi and the resub man spread. Pubes and friends. Self-induced abortions. That kind of came out of nowhere.
In middle...
Holy shit, this is just a video of her getting her vagina looked at. Whoa. That's pretty intense. This is wild. I never knew there was this much content on it. I just remember her making like a do-it-yourself fleshlight thing and then the how to eat ass thing I made a video on. I didn't know it was so deep. This has everything you need. Thanks to resub dropish. Okay, maybe one more and then we'll move on. I'm super deep into this rabbit hole now. Let's get one more banger. The vulva, the vagina's neighborhood. Number 4. What are some of the newer ones? Boners vs. condoms. Virtuous pedophiles. What? Okay. Sexual rejection. Am I an ethical slut? A new definition of cunt. What? Spit or swallow? Sex talk with my dad. I think I'll just say no to that. Okay, I'm thinking sexual rejection. But I am curious about the new definition of cunt. Hold on, let me click that real quick.
Recently I read an...
Oh no, this is like a scientific thing. I think. Okay, so we'll do sexual rejection then.
Hi, I'm Dr. Lindsay Do.
Let me make sure she doesn't come out of nowhere and bust out another dildo. Oh no, but she does just bring out some guy's testicle. I don't even know why. It just says Tylenol. I don't know what that has to do with this guy's nut. Alright, well I guess that's about it then. Damn. Well, I feel like we learned a lot. Wait, how to make toy vaginas. Oh, this is the one!
This episode is brought to you by...
Yeah, this is the one. Am I allowed to watch this on Twitter? I forgot how fucking cool this video was. Thanks to Prime. Ob2 and the resub blah and D-Man. It should be fine, right? She makes it out of just household materials. Yeah, it should be fine. And this could help somebody out in the chat. Yeah, that'll be fine.
This episode is brought to you by Adam and Eve. In my private practice as a clinical sexologist, I've been working recently with a 12-year-old who has a really high sex drive. His solution was to ask a friend for sex, but that's not legal. So we put the focus on masturbation.
Okay, I may have misremembered this video. Okay, maybe not then. Holy shit. Thanks to Tier 1 Zivolta and the Prime Jopin. I think we'll just move on. I thought she just made a goofy fleshlight. Thanks to Prime. Schlocket, Camo, and the Tier 1 GG. Alright. Yoshi, good to see you again, man. Thank you for the 15. Thank you for the resub, Umi. Thanks to the Tier 1 Japhonic. We just did that. We can do this one. Thanks to the Prime Mistachio and Joy. The second video is the one you're talking about? Okay. Let me fill up my water real quick, because I haven't had water in a little bit, and then we can do this. Give me 1 minute. I have her videos up on another screen as well. Hold on. Okay. Thanks to Tier 1, no stopping me now. And the gift sub Hunter. I'm back. Thank you, J Rose. Appreciate it. I'm sorry to hear that, Phantom. But you don't know that for sure. I hope it all works out.
This is officially the smallest apartment in all of New York City.
And I bet it cost $10 million. Thanks to Prime. Zakusa? I don't think I will, Quiet Corner.
Is the guy who creates travel guides to exotic places around the world. The guy who did a workout with Thor, and of course the guy who tours luxury apartments around New York City. But
nice.
Not many people watching know that back in 2015, when I started this YouTube channel,
and I say find a way to get in anyway, Bricksar.
250 square
Your parents sound dumb as fuck.
With an ex-girlfriend at the time. That's two people living in a space the size of most walk-in closets.
Thanks, Resub Stormy and
It's important to lay this backstory because when I first moved to New York City, I was broke. I was living paycheck to paycheck. I had a ton of student loan debt. So living in that tiny apartment was my only real option to be in one of the only cities in the entire world where you can move here.
Okay. I didn't really need the lore. I just wanted to see the apartment, to be honest. Thank you, 2 gift subs, Tempest and the resub Clark.
Here we are, first apartment. Door stays open. Oh wow. This is actually not as bad as I thought. Number one, because we're facing south. True. So we have the sunlight. But this is yeah, this is a tiny apartment. What is the square footage?
It's not a bad place.
It's not what that's this is wait, this is the like super tiny apartment? This is not tiny. This is about the size of my old apartment.
6'4". So if you go horizontal, your head and your feet are going to touch the fridge. Roughly 18
This
by
is 5
6,
gift subs,
so
Phantom. Appreciate it, man.
110 square feet.
Thank you, Phantom.
Not counting the bathroom. So maybe it gets up to 170.
Oh, this is not the smallest one.
Max. This is the biggest place that we're seeing. Your bed, I can't see another spot for it than in this corner somewhere. And I think you're going to want to get the smallest bed that you can. But once you've got a bed here, really, past the fridge,
goddamn.
I mean, it's going to be a small table.
Sorry to hear that, Wally.
Like a TV
You'll find someone better. That's rough.
I wouldn't put
Thanks for resub Jazzy.
What's crazy, most people, they don't do a Murphy bed because they're going to live
I'm
here
sure your
for like
cat
2
pictures
years.
were adorable.
They didn't have one in their parents' house growing up, and it just doesn't make sense when, oh, I might move in with so-and-so in a year anyways, why am I going to spend more than I need to, right? Exactly. Let me show you guys the bathroom. So, again, this, I'm happy that this is like normal size. Need to get an extra light bulb up there, but at least it's like a normal size bathroom. The fact that it has a bathroom.
Wait, is there no shower?
Because, I mean, you'll see later in the video, but the fact that there is a bathroom in here, you know, that's a luxury.
Yep, it's yours. This is not
There's no shower in there? You just take baths?
It's just small. The kitchen and everything was redone like a year ago. You've got all
The apartment's not that small, but that bathroom sucks ass.
appliances. Any of the other 49 states, that's not.
Was there a shower? I didn't see a head.
I love how in New York things just become normalized. Like this becomes a nice kitchen for an apartment like this, but also like the nice lacquer on the cabinets, good storage. Pretty much
This is the nicest place we're gonna see.
And what is this? So then we have.
That's your. That is your closet.
It's not good advice, Bricksar, but I do hope you figure it out.
So it's $1,800 with some free rent, so it nets out to $15.
This is the starting point of this video. Like
Jesus Christ.
The nicest, the largest.
Yes.
From here, it's just.
This is the big guy.
It's not horrible
Holy
for $1,500
shit.
a month. If you're just moving to the city and you're looking for that first apartment, this is not a bad first apartment.
$1,500 a month? That is so much for that. What are you talking about? I don't know why you would live in New York unless you were forced to, or if you were like kidnapped. And yeah, I don't see a shower head, but it might be above the video. Or no, yeah, there's one right there. Okay, I thought it was just like a straight up fucking bathtub, I was gonna say.
I don't know if we're all gonna fit. Come on in.
1,500 is low-key good. Bro, get the fuck out of California and New York. You are overpaying for everything. My apartment was about that size, maybe a little bigger, and it was like 600.
Oh. I don't have. Do you see this? Here, Diego, spin around. This is the smallest apartment I've ever seen.
This one's pretty fucking bad. Yeah, this one's pretty bad. Holy shit, this one's pretty bad.
This is probably, what, 9 foot?
Go look at the bathroom, dude. Wait till you see that.
Are you seeing this in the frame? So for some perspective, like, I'm a pretty big person, but I'm picking up the entire
Thanks,
door of
Threesome
this
Sniper.
bathroom. Bathroom sink, we have a vanity.
Oh, of course, Greg. You
The
did great work,
shower
man. I love it. Thank
is
you.
just in the middle here, sandwiched in, you have the shower rod to then cover the water from getting on your toilet. I've never seen.
This is actually
I don't have
fucking
words for this.
awful. Holy
This
shit.
is the craziest thing I've ever seen. On a positive note, this is technically a self-cleaning bathroom because everything's gonna get wet because your shower's right here in the middle. And you have the nice shower caddy.
It's like a prison you'd find in the a shower you'd find in a prison.
I literally had to turn like this to get out. I had to do the side shuffle to get out of the bathroom. And then we have the...
Yeah, this is gonna be over 1,000 a month. I'm calling it. It's New York. Nothing's gonna be under 1,000 a month.
Some nice storage area.
You could put a hot plate here, I guess, and plug it in.
The faux marble.
Thanks to Resub Spade.
From the kitchen, then we have the mini fridge, microwave
Theme
combo,
park crazy?
some nice
Maybe.
shelves to store whatever you like. And then in the corner where Diego is where the bed would go.
Yeah, I don't see another place for the bed. I mean, it's gonna have to go here.
This could be the bed, so this is technically a loft. So at this hole, should we test?
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Just fucking break
Do you
it.
have insurance? Does Eric have insurance?
So you could sleep up here. This holds 215 pounds. Wow. So you would put a ladder there, and then this would be the bed.
And actually, look at this. I'm just noticing this. See that spackle?
Oh yeah. Someone had a ladder. You know, we gotta look at the positives when renting because this whole video is about you're just moving to the city for the first time. You're looking for that first place. So on the positives, you have a huge window with tons of light balancing.
Yeah, good. You can just throw yourself out of it, I guess.
This could be a balcony, you know. Mind if I pop out there?
At your own risk.
Let's head out there. You have your own, I guess you could call this a terrace if I can even make it out here. Okay, got the shimmy out here. Okay, we made it. So you do have technically an outdoor space.
Holy fuck. I will never understand why people choose to live in New York.
Closed clips. You could even have a garden out here. Someone has a
I know all places aren't like this in New York, obviously, but still.
For the neighborhood. We're on a beautiful tree-lined street in the West Village. But back into the apartment. Let's go take some measurements. If I can shimmy on in here.
From the medicine cabinet to
It is so expensive for fucking nothing.
Yep, just 2.5.
Oh, jeez. Oh, that is a tight shot, man. Right there, 1.7.
Let's get the measurement of the actual space. So I'm like, what is this space? So let's do.
Oh, jeez. All right. Well, kitchen counter.
Looks like a coffin.
8 feet.
Yeah, it's
just under 8.
Yeah, depending on where I put it. Like right now, it's 7-11. Sometimes it's 8. So like 8 by 9.
8 by 9.
8 by 9. 72 square feet. 72 square feet, and it's all yours. $1,200 is what this net's out to. So
oh god, they should be arrested for that. What?
It definitely has less, but like Eric mentioned, the neighborhood here is fantastic.
$1,200 a month for this.
For your own bedroom
it's a fucking dungeon.
Get an apartment that's the size of a bedroom. Is that the same deal with no roommate? It might be.
That bathroom should be illegal.
We picked up another member of the apartment hunting.
Thanks to Prime Dode and the resub bounce.
This is it.
This is it. And you know what's funny is we have another member with us, and this is
like if it was like $400 a month, okay, there's an argument to be made. But $1,200 a month?
Right by New York University as well, since it kind of takes over downtown. But definitely an awesome block, lots of restaurants.
This is it.
This is it.
Oh, also, hey, heads up. I know all you New Yorkers love your pizza. I ate here. Ray's Pizza was one of the lowest rated pizza places in all of New York because I wanted to try the worst rated pizza. This shit slapped. This was just as good as your top rated pizza, which is Joe's. I'm pretty sure they use the exact same formula. Just a little tactic for you. A little heads up, save you some money.
He's just like foaming and chomping at the bit to get in. Let's go, Theo. Come on. Not bad. This is actually a pretty impressive entryway.
So this is the nicest building that we've been to so far.
Diego's gonna go in there and film our reactions to seeing this, but don't say anything when you get in there. I wanna have the reaction.
Oh, sweet. Well, thank you, Daxoid.
You good to go in?
No, let him get in position. Get as far back as you can. All right, ready? All right, let's do this.
Oh my god.
This can't be legal. This is it?
This is it, man.
What?
Holy shit.
Home.
What is the square footage of this?
It's like a Smurf house.
Let me get the tool.
This is like the inside of one of the houses you'd find at Michael's for those decorative houses for Christmas. The little Christmas village houses.
I guess this is the Is there a bathroom?
It's out in the hallway.
Oh my gosh.
The hallway bathrooms.
I bet 1,000 a month. I bet. I
don't
fucking
know what
bet.
to say. You could never live here with a dog.
That's what I'm thinking. People do it.
There's the
was a
prime
tiny
Ash.
dog, but could you imagine this dog living in here? The door almost hits the sink. And this is this is the kitchen. You have a little mirror here, medicine cabinet, this tiny sink with storage underneath, mini fridge, microwave. Comes with a TV at least. We have the bunk bed, which is pretty awesome, good use of space.
True.
The loft above, some nice shelving, closet, the two fluorescent lights.
From your high school gymnasium.
It was about the size of a dorm room. No, this is definitely smaller than a dorm room. A singles dorm room is a little bit larger.
Almost across the entirety of this apartment. This is 6'8" wingspan, so this is probably just under 7 feet. Cash is gonna take some measurements, but also
There's the prime play it.
This is just a reality of living in a place like
You have to buy your own mattress too.
I mentioned in the last
Do you think apartments come with mattresses?
Sunlight. This is a
No apartment I've ever seen.
view. There's a little light. We're on the top floor, but you look down, it's just nothing but brick.
It's great if you have no friends yet. If you're still working on friends, if you don't have them yet, this saves you some money.
What does this place go for?
So right now, these are between $10.95 and $11.95.
And these rent, right?
Yeah.
People rent these. The fact there's people willing
You
to
don't
pay
do these, do you? So like you're all houses, right?
than a college dorm.
Do you want to know?
You don't do
something
apartments,
that I didn't tell you
right?
about this apartment? I lived in this exact unit in 2007. This exact unit, I lived here, and I had like all this stuff.
Oh, I missed it?
tried to
Sorry,
move
I was
in,
looking at
and
that.
none of it wanted.
Select does real estate and shit, so I was wondering. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
And $11.95.
New York is a scam. Like, it's just actually a scam. I don't get it. I don't get it.
$1,100 a month. I mean, this is smaller than a college dorm.
Do you want to know something crazy that I didn't tell you about this apartment? I lived in this exact unit in 2007. This exact.
You maniac. You're dumb then. What you're telling me is you're
All
dumb.
this stuff I tried to
Live
move in,
anywhere else.
And none of it fit, so I had to throw away half my furniture. And at the end of the day, I had the bed, which was up, and I had like a little futon, which is.
No one is
where
forcing you to
standing
live in New
by the
York. There's
window,
no
my
way.
clothes- I had
There's
enough,
options.
Like a slim enough wardrobe that it did fit in the closet. Like I was like 22. I just wanted to be in the city.
But you made it work.
I made it work.
So if you're watching this and you're looking to move to the city, it is definitely possible. Don't say the rent's too high, excuses. If you want to move here bad enough and you have that dream, it's right here.
What
Contact
dream
Cash. All the
do you
places
realize
that
in New
you
York?
Cash is actually
That's where
putting
dreams go
apps
to
are all
die.
down below in the description, along with Cash's contact information. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Also, go subscribe to Cash. He is the rental guru here in New York City. Anything rentals, this guy can help you out there. And with that,
The last person I want giving me rentals is the guy that lived in that piece of shit for $1,100 a month. No fucking shot. That guy's gonna sell me like an actual coffin to live in for $600 a month. Thanks to the tier 1 Chug Bingus and the tier 1 Secured in the resub Nav. Oh, I got you, Select. Okay, good then. Yeah, pretty much no stopping. Have I seen pod hotels in Japan? I have seen pod hotels. You see, the thing about pod hotels, though, is no one, like, lives in there permanently, right? But in New York, those apartments, those are there for people to be, you know, fully living on their own, residents. But the pod hotels are just that. They're just for a couple of stays.
Hey guys, it's our first night in Japan ever, and we're sleeping at a capsule hotel in Tokyo. The one we stay at welcomes both men and women.
Some actually live
However,
there?
the floors are
Well, there's
divided
always going to
by
be, like, there's people that live in the fucking
that this hotel
McDonald's
is located in
sometimes.
Koreatown.
So that's not surprising, but I mean, like, they're not designed for that.
You're in luck.
Those apartments are.
Please go up to the reception desk on the 8th floor.
These are 5 gift subs secured. Appreciate it.
They and I are just
generosity.
about to check into our capsule hotel.
My locker number is 543.
Let's take a peep at our guide sheet. By the way, it's super quiet inside the locker room.
These things are cool. Like, they also have about as much room as the apartments we just looked at.
Let's see what's inside.
And are cheaper.
A fresh pair of slippers, toothbrush with a mini tube of paste. There are also PJs, which you'll see later. We take out what we need for the night. The rest is packed away like a jigsaw puzzle. That wasn't too challenging.
Thanks to the Prime,
As for our
Uber
shoes,
and
to the
Tier
top they
3
go.
gift sub Sapphic. Thank you. I did not know that, Narito.
It is time to wash up, so Faye and I are gonna get naked and clean. Spanky, spanky clean.
Okay.
Time to shower.
Where's the... When do we get to the apartment? Or the hotel room? Here we go.
Incidentally, making the floor look like a ruler.
Okay, this is not as cool as the other pod hotels I saw. The other ones had like 2
So we
floors.
don't get confused with the neighbors.
Okay, these kind of suck. It's
Upon closer inspection, there is a dimming switch. Cool, but not yet. For the next bit, I had to silent vlog because the neighbors were sleeping. There's only one outlet? No! The pillow looked like a curvy bean. Ooh, a concave shelf. Perfect to fit your phone. About that one outlet dilemma. My phone is in the red zone. To bed,
Okay, pretty
I must
underwhelming.
edit and upload a video. It is 11:14 p.m.
Matt wouldn't fit in there. No, probably not. $9 a night? Holy shit. Dog cage. Yeah, I mean, it is just kind of like a little cage, but some of them are cool. That one was underwhelming. It was just a bed. But some of the other pod hotels are like 2 floors and they have like a TV in them and shit. Like, they're pretty cool. Thanks to Prime Soggy. I want to see other shitty small New York apartments now. Surely that's as small as they can get, right?
Alright, Dennis. Head upstairs.
Oh, it's the same guy.
How's it going?
Does he just specialize in shit apartments?
I mean, I'm kind of almost stuck on the hallway. But these are...
It's actually just the same guy.
No shower. No, that's right here.
And it is the same apartment, isn't it?
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Let me go in there. Just like a good old exterior door to seal it off. It's like college. Here we go. Are you
Oh, it's a different unit at least.
Oh, wow.
Thanks to Prime. I already said that.
There's
And I don't know about that, Smith. This one's a little cheaper.
I mean, a lot to soak it in here. So, you got a little, I guess, vanity slash, hey, it drains, so it's your sink kind of setup here.
This one also looks a little bigger.
How would you frame this? I'm assuming this is kind of like your loft. You put the bed up
So
here.
what most people probably would do is a loft isn't for everyone because, you know, if you have to use the restroom, you
It's
have to
not
climb
practical.
down.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is a fun neighborhood we're by a bunch of colleges. We're
There's the
surrounded by
prime
bars
floor.
and restaurants and fun things to do. If you're out having a good time,
Jesus,
you might not
really,
be able
game?
to climb down from there.
I love how polite he explained that. Basically, if you're drunk, you may, knock yourself out. So
I've heard that drinking's not the only thing that people do in the East Village. That's what I've heard. I don't know. That's what I've heard.
There's so many things I want to ask you.
That's okay.
So that's kind of like your loft space. You share the bathrooms. Where's the kitchen?
So I'm assuming this actually is just the smallest apartment in New York since we've seen it twice now.
Hey, Mikey, you gotta move the camera for that. Yeah. So this is all you get. That's what said. I mean, this is definitely spacious. I do not feel cramped here at all.
Yeah, this place looks nice.
Window, you got a little view.
So until you look out the window and see you're in New York, I guess.
Nice. Actually, a good height.
Yeah, he just shows him the same apartments. So that guy actually just specializes in like showing, or I guess even selling, dog shit. Thanks to the Prime Aiken. And the resub McMatthew Pants. Scamming. Yeah. Hey, Florida, at the very least, the problem with Florida is the people. Everything else is kind of pretty. Like, say what you will about the Florida people, but at least when you look outside, you don't see like fucking smog from the New York City sewage. Every time I visited New York, there's like this thick cloud of actual fucking smog, like a plague washing over the city, because they actually just drain their sewers right in the middle of everything every night. I've never been to Colorado. I don't know shit about it. What is it? Japan that has like the folding apartments? Because those are pretty cool. Yeah, here they are. The transforming ones. These are pretty fucking cool. Thanks to Resub Robotic. Thanks to the Prime
Hi, I'm
Giant.
Graham Hill, and you're in my apartment, which is the Life Edited apartment. It's a 420 square foot apartment in Soho, and I designed it to be really efficient, so to get a lot of functionality in very little space.
What was that?
A lot of people in New York City do live in small spaces. We think we can do it better. We also think we can give the functionality of a larger apartment in less space. It's really good for the environment. It's also really good for their pocketbook. And I think that simplifying your life,
that was pretty cool.
A little more time, a little more ease, and might actually make you a little happier. So the office is quite simple. I'm a big fan of the standing desk. This just pulls out like that, and then we have a wireless keyboard mouse.
Wow, this is pretty fucking cool.
Anal but bit of a mess behind closed doors. When you want to go to bed, you pull out the cushions. Underneath, there's a bunch of storage, and then they have this awesome weighted shelf, which acts as a support. And you literally can leave stuff on it, and it ends up coming down there.
Did he make this himself, or does it come like this?
Take the straps off.
Thanks for the 5 gift subs again, Phantom. I appreciate it. No, you'll be fine. Don't talk. It'll be fine.
Nice size living room.
Why do you guys keep saying that? Is that like a book or something in here that he has? Why does chat keep saying that? Where? I don't see anything. At the start?
I designed it.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know what that means.
There. So there are a couple straps. So you just take the straps off and you're good to go.
Thanks to the bits, thank you, Phantom. Jesus.
You can see it's a nice size living room.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Okay, so for audio visual, what we ended up going with is we made some wired speakers, and they are literally built into the ceiling and then plastered over, so they're entirely invisible. Basically running everything off the computer, I'm Spotify, Netflix. In this cabinet, we have a Casio projector and a Marantz receiver.
Thanks to the gift sub Lewis and the Prime, Allen, Green Dragon, Orange, and Dollar Mig.
A small space work is really layout, and then the housewares and furniture that you put inside it. So I think storage is really important to people.
Thanks to Tier 1
we
camera.
try to do floor to ceiling and wall to wall, and so there ended up being
this is going to be extremely expensive, yeah.
This place, which I think is really useful. So the bathroom, quite simple. I guess the main ideas are try to separate the functionality. And so in here, there's a toilet room, and this is like shower and sink. In a small space, you want to be really conscious of sound and privacy. A really nice
$3,200 a month? No chance. I'm thinking $4,000 a month. It's New York.
We have this little platform that folds down that makes a seat. It's very quiet.
Why?
And so if it's two of you and one of you's having a nap, or you want to make a private phone call or something, this is a little private room.
What?
So right now we're basically...
Yeah, I'm just going to go to your shitter real quick. I got to make a phone call.
What if you have guests?
Let me put down the booster seat.
It's fairly often in New York City. And then reveals on the other side this cool little guest room. Beds by Resource Furniture, and they're 2 guest beds.
Gotcha, Cam.
And so we built the kitchen around another Resource Furniture piece, the Goliath table. And so all you do is pull this out, and it just takes a couple minutes.
Holy shit. What a pain in the ass. Yeah, he's got the Go-Go Gadget Extendo table.
Quite simple. I like robots, and so we have the Roomba. We have 3 induction burners, and so you can pull out however many you need and set them up. Drawer dishwasher. It uses 2 gallons of water versus normally I think they use around 6.
There's your sub, Lawrence.
Wolf combination microwave convection oven, so you can literally cook a turkey in this thing, or do your normal microwave stuff. This is a Nature Mill electronic composter. Sub-Zero fridge and freezer.
I take back what I said. This thing comes with a fucking composter. This is $6,000 a month.
A friend of mine is a guy named Shane McQuaid. He has a company called Voltaic Systems, and they make the best solar backpacks and soon solar lights. And so he was nice. He helped he installed a few panels out the window, and we wired it through. And so particularly useful last couple weeks ago in Sandy, he has a couple of large batteries. These are the batteries that they do the laptop bags with. And so it just charges those, and so I can plug in and basically charge.
Yeah, that's what someone just said, Abawa.
To begin the project, I thought it would be really neat to try to crowdsource the design for the apartment. We got 300 entries from around the world, some really amazing stuff, and ended up selecting these 2 Romanian architecture students, Adrian and Catalin. And this is really largely their design.
Okay. Oh, he doesn't say the price? Oh, come on, man. Well, that's gonna be expensive as fuck. That's for damn sure. I'm looking in the comments. I'm trying to find it. Alright, I don't know what the fuck it is. Makes it Prime 0. Fasta Rosa and resub Green Bean. Does it really, Gato? Yeah, true, Tornini. I'm not reading the article. Net Cafe Refugees. Japan's disposable workers. Well, this sounds a lot more sad than fun. This one is sad. I'll let it ride for a minute. Here's the Prime 0. It was for sale in 2014 for $1 million. Is that actual fact? Holy fuck. Thank you for the 5 gift subs, Tyler. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Tyler.
最初はマンションなど借りるところを探してましたけど、結構な値段が張ったので、やはりネットカフェでとりあえず過ごそうと思ってましたね。普段からネットカフェにはよく行っていたので、そこまでの抵抗はなかったですね。一番最初に
So why that poster in particular, I wonder? Where do you shower here? Oh, I have no idea. Yeah, I do love the Kingsman movies. I think they're great. Yeah, this is just sad. Thanks to the resub. Mom says my turn on PS5. Phantom, thank you again for the generosity. Really appreciate another 5 drop. Thank you. Can you watch porn in the internet cafe? I think you can do whatever you want. It's just unmonitored internet access from what I recall. Vivaldi Autumn? Vivaldi Autumn. Thanks for tier 1 rolling out of here. What is Vivaldi Autumn? It's classical music. Okay, I'm sure it's good. I have no doubt. Sweet, well thanks, Crocodile. Thanks, Parskid. Hope you're doing well, man. Look up Hobbit House. Isn't this about the New Zealand sets for Lord of the Rings? They still exist, right? Well, maybe not. Seems very popular, though. There's fucking 4 houses here. It's a goddamn neighborhood. 5. 6. Jesus. I'm sure it's cool. Don't really want to watch it, though. Thanks to resub Carnifex. The Bits Lee, Cheek, and Cosmic, and the 10 gift subs, Phantom. Jesus, thank you, Phantom. Holy shit. Thank you, Phantom. Lunar Lander House. Inside a precise... What?
Those are QR codes for the 2 websites for the spaceship project. So when I'm not here and people come by and go, what the hell is that? Then they can just walk up with their phone and get the answer.
How would people accidentally wander to a lunar lander?
Lunar lander dwelling house. We're in Beverly, Washington.
Thanks for the resub.
River, the Columbia Basin. It's a desert
Gagan?
Washington State.
And the 10 gift subs again, Phantom. Thank you, Phantom.
Of the Apollo lunar lander that went to the moon in the late 60s, early 70s. One of the connections was the astronauts trained some 50 miles downstream. I decided to build this lunar lander because I've been building things pretty much all my life. When I was 21 or 22, I built a dome.
Can't watch Monster Bug Wars.
In college, I built my first sailboat. When tiny homes started becoming a thing, I noticed that they had several problems. They were heavy, they were structurally weak. I'm a catamaran designer, and I thought these same technologies could apply to make a better...
Looks bigger than the
house.
apartments in New York.
The first thing I did was to do a 3D model.
Oh, Jesus.
I could pull off patterns. And from those patterns, I cut pieces out, vacuum bagged them together, brought them over here, and then used epoxy to glue them all together. I'm Kurt Hughes, and this was my proof of concept prototype of a tiny
take me on a
house
tour.
built like a catamaran. When people first come in here, they see Captain Nemo's window, just like 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. The idea was to
This
have
is
an
cool. This is
open
so cool.
environment. It's nice to be able to come in, look out the window, watch the river. And
There's
right
the prime
below
spoon,
it is
resub cow.
the table from my first sailboat that got repurposed here. The lights are controlled by buttons like on this one here. Then they can sit down on the comfortable epoxy foam seats. These holes in the chairs save weight. It's kind of an aerospace thing, and that's sort of a philosophical statement of the whole building. You'll notice there's a lot of NASA here. The NASA's a good model for efficient spacecraft. Anti-gravity pads overhead.
Thanks the prime. Hi.
Disappears. Off to the left there is the
5K a month in New York.
Actually happening outside there. And then here might be the only set of stamped, engineered plans of a lunar lander house that there is. Here's one sheet, for example, with the
prime
elevations. And those are pulled off of the 3D model. This is what I
Thanks for
would do
tin again,
with
Yoshi.
design.
You'll be fine. You'll be fine, Yoshi.
The next thing would be
So get some miso.
sink, which is actually like a telescope mirror. It picks up the lights and the sunlight here and focuses it to a certain place right there, which is something I never expected. A nice surprise. These are plumbing fixtures that I've converted to
Thanks to give sub
light
Kalari.
controls. Here's the bathroom.
Yeah, I know about the $500 million house.
Japanese Toto wall hung toilet that I wanted to see the mechanisms for, so I bolted it right to the wall, and it ends up with a tank that's only 3 inches deep, which on a tiny house saves a lot of space. Over there is the toilet paper holder. On the floor is glow-in-the-dark.
He should really commit. Make this
so
0G.
the entire floor is
I don't know how we do it, but find a way.
so you can see where you're going.
Make it spin
And
super
the
fucking
shower
fast or something. I
has
don't know.
different light colors for the temperature of the water. So when the water is cold, it's blue. As it warms
Oh.
up, it's green. And when you get to 45 degrees Celsius, it's red. There's my compact boat bathroom on a house.
What the fuck?
Okay, next we look at the front door. The door opens with fingertip biometrics.
What the fuck? This guy's so cool.
It is. It insulates. R15.
Also, retina scanner.
Doors are R2 or R3.
Comes with a working phalanx turret
Huge
as well as
thermal
lasers.
Insulation, but then that required a recessed door handle. So that added another week of construction time right there, but it had to be just right. Okay, this is the kitchen, or galley as we call it on a boat. And one of the interesting things is my carbon
Thanks,
fiber
Reset Mellow.
countertop. Range hood makes it
Almost 3 years,
legal with
Quirk.
code.
Been on Twitch almost 3 years.
Sink, microwave, refrigerator, drawers for storage.
Thanks,
It's
Resub
a 3D
Harpy.
model of the lunar lander that my daughter created for me, and it's the same 3D model that I used to build the plans. Probably the most important thing that the boat design does to help the kitchen is the moisture control. This is all epoxy, and so you don't need a backsplash because the epoxy does it anyway.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. What? I'm unfamiliar with that
Overhead
in a
is
house. What is a
dome with
backsplash?
light in, and that way at
Can gather
night
from the
you can
name.
sit here and look at the stars when the lights are off. It's all steel with plexiglass
Thanks, Resub
panels.
Gaming.
It was a finite element study.
Pretty much,
to
Rip.
have more than enough strength for any snow load. The lighting going around the upper
tile behind the
ceiling
countertop.
there, so I want to be
Oh.
able to change the colors. But also they're all wrapped with 3/4 ounce spinnaker cloth from the sailboat. And so it has a Japanese lantern feel. Now the original lunar lander didn't have a deck, but I wanted to have a way to be able to see this beautiful scenery.
Yeah, just
Sit out
flex
here
on the
in evening,
outside
couple
world.
Chairs, have a drink, look at the river. It's great. So originally this was going to be a lounging pit, but the building department declared it had to have 7-foot headroom. So it got a lot deeper, and then that became the bedroom. Okay, let's go down and have a look at the downstairs. So we're downstairs now. This is the bed. This is the ship's ladder that we just came down on. The floor is all ethafoam like a wrestling mat.
Leaves a little to be desired here, though, I will say. It's very claustrophobic, it seems.
Closets here, and then there's some lights here. So right down
I
there.
feel like you didn't put a lot of effort here.
Projects up on the ceiling. I feel like I'm traveling through space when I have the planetarium on and I'm looking at it. I wanted to use boat windows downstairs. The problem was the building department wouldn't allow it unless I took out the plastic standard boat windows and replaced them with double pane, argon-filled E-coating windows. And now we'll go take a look at the outside.
Yeah, I have no idea, Blue Tiger.
Here
Just because it's New
York.
York.
The lunar lander dwelling. It's got some unusual features. It's not on the ground, it's off the ground. There's concrete pads at the end of each of the steel legs. A neighbor across the street happened to have a plasma cutter and he cut out my railings. How cool is that? And he cut out the stair stringers.
I have no idea how 3 concrete pads hold this up that well.
They had 4 legs, which is an unstable configuration. This had 3, which is much more stable. You'll notice there's hold-down cables, like we do rigging on a sailboat. And that's what's important to keep a very light structure weighing about just over a ton, keep it in one place. There's glow pebbles on the walkway, so you can see where you're walking at night.
Aww.
And then there's solar-powered footlights that light up the steps all night long. So these are storage bins for outside storage and inside storage on the inside. There's never enough storage in a tiny house, so I wanted to make sure we had a lot of it.
So does he live here full time or just for fun sometimes?
It's fun.
Can't imagine he fully moved here.
And it keeps me thinking. It's just a beautiful place to get away to.
That was cute. That was very cute. Just a getaway thing? Yeah, that makes sense. Oh. Alright, let me take a pee-pee real quick and then we'll finish, or catch up on To Catch a Predator. Just give me a sec. I'm back, baby. Yeah, I know. I know, Home Enthusiast. I know about the one. Hey, well, welcome then, Disappoint, and thank you for the bits. Oh, Oh, super sweet. Thank you for the long time of watching, Phantom, and appreciate the generosity tonight. Hope you have a great rest of the night. Thanks to Prime Lion. Thanks to Resub Mason.
And another to catch a predator first.
Whoa! Tried to Goldberg spear the countertop. Wait just a minute here.
And there's one more potential predator we'd like
There's the
you to
Prime
meet.
Polyman.
That's 37-year-old Kazuo Akutsu knocking on
The
our
Prime
door.
Bosnian.
Hey!
And a Tier 1
Glad
nun.
you made it.
Resub Gouda.
He's been chatting online for more than a week with a decoy posing as a 14-year-old. Using the screen name Kaz4541, he asks the girl about having sex on the beach, then says he's not into that. He wants a nice, comfortable bed. He also has a
What?
birthday wish.
He changed his
Sex
mind?
with the decoy.
Do you want some brownies?
Not for now.
He smelled like he was smoking in the car beforehand and hasn't showered in a couple of days.
You've
You didn't
come.
bring me any chocolate.
Friends.
No.
Hey, fuck yeah.
Shall open.
Thank you for the raid, Atrioc.
Been waiting for you.
I didn't want her to find
friends.
it.
Really appreciate it. Good shit.
I have to wrap it and everything.
I would have thrown it away.
No.
So explain again why no chocolates?
Thanks to the Resub Comfy.
Just didn't bring
And
it.
the Resub Gouda.
Yeah.
So what's your plan?
Super sweet. Always appreciated,
Well, it's nice
Atrioc.
to
Thank
see
you,
her.
man.
He admits her is a 14-year-old girl named Sandy who he met online. He says he's 37 and works for a major department store in New York City.
So you just decided today after work that you're going to jump in the car.
Yeah.
A 14-year-old girl named Sandy.
Well, no.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. That's it. You thought it was appropriate at the age of 37 to come meet a 14-year-old. Why? Explain that to me.
I didn't
Thanks to Resub Mario.
think it was
Crabs.
appropriate.
Your chat was pretty darn explicit with her.
But he changed his mind about sex on the beach.
And you
so
acknowledged
it's got to count for something, right?
that the age thing could be a problem. Sandy, I am more than twice your age.
I know what I did. What am I going to do now?
Then Kaz4541 says he's feeling ill.
You talk about her having
Yeah, I don't know how he's 37. He looks like he's 19.
and then it might hurt.
He looks real young for 37.
You can go if you'd like to, but I think I need to tell you something first. And that's I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC.
Thanks,
We're
Resub
doing a
Bruiser.
story on adults who try to meet kids online for some. Now, if there's anything else you want to say, we'd like to hear it. If not, you can obviously walk out the door you came in.
Oh, God. Whoa! Chris, there's an evil spirit. It's possessed him.
Call for an EMT.
It was the
who
spirit
comes in
speaking
and
through
examines
him
him.
with the
It turns out to be
14-year-old.
Nothing serious.
Yeah, he's clammy. He's definitely. Come on, let's get up to your feet. Let's see your head. All right.
That was
He's
nice.
escorted out of the house and is later arrested. Lieutenant Neville says he recovered pretty quickly.
Brought him back to the police department, had a medic at the police department that monitored his blood pressure and heart rate and pulse, and pretty much was cleared to go back to the jail.
Later, he goes before a judge and his bail is set.
Your bail is set at $50,000.
That felt like a WWE scene when he hit the
As
chair.
the operation
Yeah.
wraps up, there are a total of 28 men who've been arrested and charged with a felony. So far, 2 have been indicted. Most of the men have not had a chance to make a plea. All the others have pleaded not
How
guilty.
you apply for that program.
Well, not a whole lot in that one. Oh, shit. Oh, he didn't spend 3 years. Is this the only new one? It is the only new one. Yeah, like I said, we're pretty much done with the show. He sporadically releases like short ones like this, but it's mainly complete. We pretty much did all of it. Thanks to Prime Spring. King of the Nerds, I'm familiar. No, I don't live with Matt. New Nick Crowley video? What's it on? YouTube's darkest channels? Is it dark in like a Twitch terms of service problem, or like dark like, hey, this guy's kind of a weirdo? It has blood. Makes the prime turnip and resub ad wad. Let me do a quick skim. Yeah, I don't think I can watch this one, just skimming through this. Yeah. We already did all of Hansen vs. Predator. We actually started with Hansen vs. Predator. There's not as many episodes. So we blasted through that and then went back to Catch a Predator. Not really. There weren't many bugs in the game or anything. That's sweet. Thank you. Appreciate it, Will. And I've seen that video. The Strange Case of Anatoly Brogosky. Why? I feel like we've seen that. Yeah, this is the particle accelerator guy. Atrocity Guides video is back up. Which one? Breatharians. Breatharians are pretty cool. They believe... I don't think that's how you spell it. But they believe that you can survive without any food and just air. It's pretty cool. Oh, this is just like a general background. Is this an actual practitioner?
When it comes to food preferences, you've probably heard of a
Thanks for your sub,
vegetarian,
Lawrence.
a pescatarian. How about a breatharian?
So it looks like this. And then the exhale is through the mouth.
Yes, a breatharian.
He's the prime feisty.
25-year-old Audra Bear follows this lifestyle, which is also known as prana.
And Mickey.
She's very popular on Instagram. The idea here is not to weigh yourself down with food so you can fill yourself with breath and life.
Yes, just like in Demon Slayer, you can do incredible things with your breath.
And by December 5th, 5 days later, I had no appetite for food. And I've eaten a handful of times since then, since in the last 6 months.
Okay, so here's what she does consume. Herbal teas, green juices and smoothies, coconut water.
All
and
sponsored,
sometimes
I bet.
Soup. She says she does not miss food. The practice is more popular than you might think, but of course, we should mention medical professionals say you should seek advice before starting anything like this.
Well, let's not mock her for her decisions. I haven't eaten anything this year. Ah. Thanks to Tier 1 Big Daddy and the gift sub K-Guns and Holographic Spoon. Nintendo's Lost Flash game. Mission in Snowdrift Land. This? Oh, this is another one of these adventures, huh? Alright, I'll let it ride for a little bit. If it's not quite up to the last one's Steam,
This
I might
is
not finish
Chubby
it. We'll
Snow.
see.
You probably
'Cause
don't
it's 38
recognize him, but
minutes.
this adorable little guy holds a special place in my heart as one of my favorite pieces of obscure Nintendo history. Now, if you don't remember Chubby, that's okay. Almost nobody does. Even among die-hard Nintendo fans, Chubby is not well known at all. In part
Appreciate the
because
bit,
Chubby
Jag, but I only
and the game he
raid
starred in
streamers
were
that
actually
I've watched their
designed to be
content.
forgotten.
I only like to raid people that I'm certain
Let's
of,
set the scene.
you know what I mean?
It's November 2006, and whether Nintendo knows it or not, they're about to have the most important holiday season in the company's 110-year history. Nintendo has just launched the Wii, a platform that will go on to sell over 100 million units and become the company's best-selling home console of all time, and the DS is on track to sell 20 million handhelds this year alone.
Is
A
that true?
runaway
Oh, I forgot about that. Someone said that the other day. Oh, let me look that up. Well, actually, I'll look it up on my own time. I don't know if that claim's true or not, but we'll see. I'm gonna look it up. It's a claim about the YouTuber here. Thanks to the tier 1 general lit. So for now, we won't watch it. Fox captured barehanded. Which atrocity guide video? Which one are you talking about? Oh, they did a video on breatharianism? Yeah. Oh, that's right. You guys told me about that. Yeah, so the breatharians took her down. Took this video down. I totally forgot. So she beat him. Here's resub Space Jesus.
This project is way more important than
Congrats,
a single
Jeff.
person.
That's great.
I'd say more important even than the human race.
In the spring of 2013, a channel titled Living on Light appeared on YouTube. Throughout its 3-month-long window of activity, a Seattle woman who went by the name Navina Shine regularly uploaded video diaries detailing the progress of an experiment she was conducting on herself.
My name is Navina Shine. I am both the founder of Living on Light, and I'm the subject in the first of our experiments.
Navina's goal was simple. She wished to prove that a human being could survive without eating.
So in this Living
Thanks,
on
Yusuf
Light
Red Rhino.
experiment, we want to demonstrate that it's possible for a human being to thrive without the need to ingest food into the physical body.
Instead, Navina would attempt to transition her body to use light as its only source of nutrition. A potential she believed everyone possessed if they could only find a way to unlock it. If Navina could prove such a lifestyle was possible, she predicted that people the world over would begin to adopt it, ushering in a foodless utopia with an end to hunger and a return to symbiosis with the natural world.
If it's actually true,
Well, it's not really a
humans do
return,
not
right?
have to eat food,
We've always eaten.
it'll change everything we know about ourselves and our planet. It will change the consciousness of humanity, and it will change everything we do in our world.
She's not a
Navina's
fucking
beliefs
plant.
about the
She's
human
not.
body
She's a
were
scam
nothing
artist.
new. By her own admission, Living on Light was largely based on the similar claims throughout the decades of people absorbing nourishment through air
Oh, sweet.
and
Well, thank you,
light,
Yag.
with
And I wish your
methods
friend
such
the
as
best.
chronic breathing and sun gazing cited as replacements for eating and drinking. Named after the claim that they need only breathe in the nutrients needed to survive, they call themselves the breatharians.
I don't take any solid foods. I'm a breatharian.
Thanks for resub Venom in the Prime Bugsy. 5 new subs, Gina. Thank you, Gina. That's so stupid. That's what they said when Isaac Newton discovered gravity. Maybe they're just ahead of us.
And we can treat our planet entirely differently. We can treat our lives entirely differently when we know that we don't have to eat.
Navina was no
There's
doubt
really no
familiar with the
benefit to that, though,
controversial
really.
history of
Well, I
breatharianism
guess kinda.
And the several so-called breatharian gurus who
We
had
didn't have to
experienced
eat.
brief celebrity within the fringes of the modern New Age movement, later to have been exposed as lying about their lifestyle. Notable examples include Hira Ratan Manek, an Indian spiritualist who claimed to have not eaten for over a decade, instead staring into the sun as a method of maintaining vital functions, who was photographed at a restaurant in 2011. But Navina was undeterred by such reputational blemishes. For her,
I can't believe it. He was eating the whole time?
I see myself as being called to create this experiment and bring this vastly important information out into the
It was an
world.
oxygen restaurant. Yeah, the restaurant was just very rich in oxygen nutrients.
Of being delusional. Her experiment was met with overwhelming discouragement, with the comment sections filled with reminders of the obvious dangers of such an undertaking. But where most viewers of Living on Light saw a woman ensnared in esoteric mysticism, Navina saw herself as on the cusp of groundbreaking enlightenment, referring to breatharianism as the greatest discovery the human race has ever made. So
that's a bold claim. That is very bold.
Navina Shine ate what she believed
we invented electricity in video games.
And began her process of living on light.
All the people who do this, who say they do this, and there's thousands of
You're all good, Wayne. I also don't know about it, so I'm gonna have to look it up.
I think that all of them are lying. I mean, I can't think that.
Specifically, how long did you go without eating?
For me, on and off, well, pretty well just on water and tea for 2 years.
The name of Navina Shine's experiment was likely taken from a self-advertised spiritual guru who came to prominence in the late 1990s. An Australian woman named Ellen Grieve, more commonly known as Jasmuheen, published a book called which detailed a 21-day process of transitioning into a lifestyle which no longer required food. Instead, Jasmuheen claimed nourishment would be provided by prana, a Sanskrit word meaning breath or life force.
Where are they
getting tier 1 totally different milk
from if they're not getting it from food?
Thank you, Gina.
Ki, the chi, the universal life force, or what we call prana, or if you're a religious person, you would say you are fed by the light of God, and obviously that's very hard to measure.
Jasmuheen stated to have acclimated to this lifestyle years ago, but still ate occasionally when the urge to experience a particular taste arose.
I've been free from the need to take any nourishment from food now for 11 years. That doesn't mean that I've had 11 years of taking nothing, but in that time, yeah, I've had the odd piece of chocolate or cappuccino or completely non-nourishing substance, because the path is about freedom.
Despite failing to rise to mainstream popularity during the quasi-mysticism trend of the 90s, a space occupied by New Age juggernauts like Deepak Chopra, she secured a loyal following reportedly numbering in the thousands.
Nice!
Her critics saw her as a dangerous charlatan whose teachings, if sincerely followed, would lead to inevitable tragedies. But her followers saw her as a vessel of
if I remember correctly, a few breatharians
bringing about a shift in
have died
consciousness in time for the new millennium.
Unsurprisingly.
We're going through a huge shift in consciousness. It's obvious on the physical plane, and it's obvious within the physical bodies of mankind.
We could end hunger for good, Jasmuheen stated, if only we could reconnect to the alternate channels that offer freedom from physical, emotional...
Well, I don't know how many die from breatharianism.
The first week
I think it's only a few, because most people give in to the urge to eat and live.
Detailed in her book involved consuming nothing at all, solid or liquid. According to the blogs of people who have attempted this protocol, extreme fatigue, kidney pain, and the sensation of their mouths feeling glued shut were common complaints within a few days of this initial phase. But the book's assurance that this was merely the old spirit leaving the body, that these were signs of breaking through, kept them motivated to continue. The following 2 weeks allowed for the reintroduction of small amounts of water and diluted juice, but no food. It was recommended instead to channel pranic nourishment through meditation.
And simply saying, as the energy flows...
So basically, Jasmuheen was like a 4chan troll come to life, where you try and convince people to do some dumb shit, like creating chlorine gas by accident. This one was just live off breathing, no water or food.
Website, Jasmuheen would hold worldwide retreats, charging $1,500 for admittance. A small price, she argued, in exchange for no longer requiring caloric intake.
All my vitamins, all my mineral, everything that I need to maintain a
Kinda,
healthy,
Gina. Thanks to Prime
strong,
Gooch.
regenerative body, vital body, using body if you want that too, can come from prana, that this can be maintained from the divine force within.
The first of Jasmuheen's followers to die from living on light was in 1997.
The first.
Reports suggested Timo Degen, a 31-year-old German kindergarten teacher, had discovered her website, fell into a colorful rabbit hole of promised enlightenment, and slipped into a coma after attempting the 21-day protocol. The second fatality was Australian Lonnie Morris. Under the tutelage of a breatharian couple who were later found guilty of manslaughter, Lonnie Morris began to experience speech loss, paralysis, and eventual death after little more than a week into Jasmuheen's living on light process. The black liquid she began vomiting days into
Fonzolo, I've heard of that.
the breatharian couple assured her was a spiritual pollutant that needed to be expelled. Jasmuheen denied culpability. Perhaps they were not coming from a place of integrity and did not have the right motivation, she told the Sunday Times.
What
But
an
it was
evil
after
woman.
The death of her third
Holy
follower,
shit.
a 49-year-old woman named Verity Lynn, that the Australian media began to push Jasmuheen to renounce living on light.
I don't mean to belittle your beliefs, and I'm sure they're sincerely held, but there is a woman who is dead in Scotland as a consequence of following your principles.
Along with a copy of Jasmuheen's book, authorities found Verity Lynn's diary. The last entry indicated Lynn didn't make it past the first week before collapsing of dehydration. She was discovered lying in a secluded moorland in northern Scotland by a passing fisherman.
Thanks, G. Millie. Glad you liked it.
Pointed out that in her book and on her website were disclaimers of personal accountability, including a checklist where aspirants were meant to self-assess their own eligibility based on physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual fitness. Those who didn't meet such criteria as feeling the presence of the Divine One within were discouraged from embarking on living on light.
Is she still alive? Jasmuheen? Let me see. Let me pause real quick. Because I remember reading about some of these. Yeah, she is. Is she in jail? I don't want to spoil it, but I'd really like to read that she's in jail now for life. Oh my god. Not only is she not in jail, she is still killing people to this day. As of 2017, another death on her hands. It's fucking crazy that people like this don't get charged. Shame. He's the resub Maltharak and Mizu.
In an effort to quash Jasmuheen's growing movement, the television program 60 Minutes issued her an opportunity to prove the legitimacy of her lifestyle, broadcast to Australian viewers nationwide. Jasmuheen agreed to a 7-day demonstration in which she would take in no food or water, monitored by 24-hour surveillance, claiming it would be nothing more than a holiday.
You wouldn't watch me, Dad, come out smiling and laughing of your holiday.
And the controversial broadcast that followed would become a moment in breatharian history, referenced by both critics and advocates for decades to come.
Oh my god, did she actually pull it off?
Don't you think you should leave it to the audience to decide and the people who've bothered?
No fucking way she pulled it off.
What I'm actually saying to decide?
What 60 Minutes was proposing was a dangerous experiment, but nothing beyond what Jasmuheen advocated.
You could definitely do a week. No, human body shuts down after 4 days of no water, right?
Attempting it, Jasmuheen's progress would be attended by a physician who regularly monitored her vitals throughout the week. As they met Jasmuheen in her home to escort her to the hotel where the experiment was to take place, she was asked about her refrigerator stocked with food. She claimed most of it belonged to her partner, the carton of creamer she kept for tea.
Maybe the prime killer, resub Swarm.
The experiment itself was short-lived. After day 2 without food
Maybe
or water,
AJ.
the physician began warning Jasmuheen of signs of dehydration and elevated blood pressure. Jasmuheen claimed the city's air and its pollutants were preventing her from properly feeding from her pranic source.
Oh, I see.
So 60 Minutes relocated her to a more rural location. Her pulse continued to elevate, a sign of severe dehydration, as well as a drop in blood pressure and weight loss of over 13 pounds. Despite her deteriorating physical state, Jasmuheen reported being in good spirits.
No fucking way.
You started on Monday night. How much water have you had?
None.
None whatsoever?
No, I'm not allowed.
How much food?
None, I'm not allowed.
How are you feeling?
I feel really good now I'm here.
After day 4, the physician estimated Jasmuheen was experiencing around 11% dehydration. Her pulse
She was
had doubled
absolutely
since
getting
the
water.
beginning of the experiment, and she was at risk for kidney failure. It was recommended that 60 minutes bring everything to a halt, to which they agreed.
It's too dangerous to continue?
Very much so. Too dangerous to continue.
Oh my god, just let her die on TV then.
If they encouraged her to continue.
The decision to end the demonstration was a divisive one. Many saw it as a clear debunking of living on light. If a veteran breatharian such as Jasmuheen couldn't withstand week 1, how could anyone be expected to survive it? Jasmuheen was maligned in the press. She was even awarded the Ig Nobel Prize, a parody of the Nobel Prize meant to satirize unscientific research.
Nice to be some
Other
ghostly
recipients
and
include
legit.
Scientology founder L. Ron Hubbard and fellow New Age guru Deepak Chopra for his liberal interpretation of quantum physics. But followers of Jasmuheen's brand of breatharianism argued that by ending the experiment early, 60 minutes had disproved nothing. The dehydration, the quickened heart rate,
Yeah, I agree. They should have just let it ride.
aspects
Whatever.
of the 21-day process. I see no reason why Jasmuheen should not have passed the test, wrote filmmaker and breatharian advocate P.A. Straubinger. But it was stopped by the 60 Minutes team who wanted to prove their story. Jasmuheen's momentum in the fringe
He's the
spiritual
prime board.
movement was slowed but not halted. Her presence persisted well into the ensuing decades,
Thanks,
cited
Jack.
by many contemporary breatharians such as Navina Shine as being the authority on this way of life.
A very exciting thing happened for me yesterday. I managed to catch Jasmuheen before she went off on her tour. Jasmuheen lives in Australia, and she's kind of the guru, the authority on living on life.
I bet this lady
She's
dies.
been breatharian for many years now, and so she lives breatharianism.
Although Jasmuheen knew the results of such experiments when taken too far, she had Skyped with Navina to offer her encouragement, even promoting Navina's YouTube channel from her own Facebook page. But despite the clear influence, Navina Shine's version of living on light was her own, one which thankfully did not require her to abstain from drinking water. In fact, by the end of the 3rd week of her experiment, the amount of water Navina was consuming was making her ill.
I've been having a bit of difficulty with drinking water. I just drink water and
I
tea
wonder
now.
why. That's weird.
Let go of the coffee after a
Doesn't
few
make any
days
sense.
because it was upsetting my stomach. But the water seems to have been doing that. I realized that one of the things that was going on, I think I might have been drinking too much water, because I just kept drinking water.
Like Jasmuheen and other breatharians who came after, Navina could only offer an ambiguous explanation for what she intended to use as sustenance. Her use of the term light, she admitted, was a metaphor for an indescribable force.
We don't yet know if it's actually light, or if the nourishment is coming from the air, or the sun, or from somewhere else.
Her daily
It's coming from the divine realm.
exercising, reading, and attempting to master the mind-body connection she believed would allow her to access this form of supernatural nourishment, all without leaving her house for the duration of the experiment. She had originally intended to offer her spectators a 24-hour
Oh my god, she became a
live stream,
ghost.
captured by cameras
It's rocking
placed
on
in
its
all
own.
8 rooms of her home, a venture she disclosed put her in significant credit card debt.
You'll be able to see every moment of every day or night from anywhere in the world, just by tuning into the internet live stream, livingonlight.co, for as long or as little as you like.
What?
You just check in and see, is she eating or is she not?
But Navina had overestimated
What?
her technical and financial ability to host a continuous live stream
Okay.
on her own website.
That's some
And by the
OnlyFans
3rd
shit.
week, she seemed reluctant to promise that it would ever operate as advertised. Naturally, this diminished her credibility, but based on her appearance
Thanks,
as the
Resub
weeks
Cheese.
progressed, many speculated she was either not eating at all or eating very little. By day 21, Navina reported to have lost 21 pounds, averaging a pound per day since she'd started. Feeling this was sufficient, she instructed her weight to begin maintaining itself.
I've told my body that it's time to stop losing the weight now.
Oh, good.
And
That's a good
kind of
idea.
taper it off and start stabilizing. And in my experience, the body usually does what you ask it to do, if you ask nicely.
Following Jasmuheen's public endorsement, Navina began attracting attention. When a local news team arrived at her home for a profile, Navina spoke with them optimistically about her experiment, although her physical state appeared questionable.
I'm actually feeling the need soon to sit down because I'm beginning to
Shut down.
Yeah, I think I need to lie down. Okay,
yeah.
So do you want to turn the cameras off for a minute?
Despite the technical setbacks with the live stream, she continued to film herself to create a record of evidence in the event she was successful.
Every individual on this planet would have sufficient evidence for them individually to say, yes, this happened.
Navina offered assurance that she was lucid enough to stop if she felt she was truly in danger of starving. When asked in an interview what she thought of the deaths of previous breatharians, Navina stated, "I don't know why they didn't notice they were dying, and I don't know why they didn't do anything about it."
That's some foreshadowing right there.
Navina acknowledged she was approaching the 8-week window where the prisoners in the Belfast hunger strikes began to pass away, and she intended to go at least 100 days, well beyond the point anyone had survived. Most of her audience continued to ask her to stop the experiment. Several commented that they would be reporting the channel for violating YouTube's guidelines regarding self-injury.
Well, that's actually pretty sweet of them. They cared.
That's coming in. Now, I've heard about it at least. Where everybody seems to be afraid I'm going to kill myself. That this is suicide and everybody going to come to my funeral. I don't think so.
But there was a small but ever-present band
oh
of fellow
boy.
mystics.
Oh boy. They should all be accountable in some way.
Although breatharianism is largely attributed to Jasmuheen, Ellen Grieve was only responsible for resurrecting it. Throughout the 1980s, the breatharian movement was founded, popularized, and swiftly discredited by an enigmatic figure known as Wiley Brooks. Breatharian advocates such as Jasmuheen often claim that the movement has roots stretching back thousands of years, originating from the yogis of ancient India. But it's difficult to find usage of the term breatharianism prior to 1972.
I don't even know how long it takes to enter ketosis. I don't remember, but it's not that long.
Folks who eat, civil and animal rights activist Dick Gregory wrote about a continuum of food consciousness, with showing no food restraint whatsoever on one end, restrictive diets such as vegetarianism somewhere in the middle, and breatharianism, eating nothing at all, at the other end. The breatharian movement is not often attributed to Dick Gregory, due to his likely satirical use of the word, but the term, along with many of its modern principles, was later popularized by a smooth-spoken man from California. Wiley Brooks made his public debut in 1980
couldn't go one day without a
TV
Coke.
Show titled That's Incredible. Wiley, a gangly man of 130 pounds, was showcased lifting nearly 10 times his body weight. His secret, he said, was that he hadn't eaten anything in 17 years.
You haven't eaten for 17 years. You have not
What a
had a
dumb
single
claim to
hamburger, hot
make.
dog, pretzel, a piece of roast beef, fish, vegetables, nothing for 17 years.
Right. Well, let me explain what breatharianism is first, if I might. Breatharianism
But you
is...
haven't eaten for 17 years
right,
as we know it.
Right. I don't eat... Yes.
As Wiley explained, he was once overweight, mindlessly consuming what he referred to as the typical American diet. In pursuit of slowing the aging process and becoming healthier, he stated he began moving through the food continuum, with regular fasting as advocated in Dick Gregory's book, until reaching breatharianism. Although Wiley did not invent the concept of breatharianism, the specifics of the lifestyle, how to achieve it, and how to maintain it were left for Wiley to create. Wiley fleshed out the tenets of the movement during his 12-hour seminars, or what he called intensives, and to the 4,000 people who paid to watch him speak, Wiley's message was this: stop eating and start living.
All of the constituents that we need is taken from the air we breathe. And the fact is, there is only one thing that keeps the human body alive, and that is breathing.
Wiley's doctrine was solidified
Well,
and co-authored with fellow
I mean, you know.
Foss, which they titled Breatharianism, Breathe and Live Forever. With the tagline, The Healthy Diet for Eternal Beauty, the book attempted to intersect both the fad diet craze and the spiritualism craze of the 1980s, two booming movements which became notorious for preying on the gullible. When man reaches his perfect state of health and natural state of being, Chapter 1 begins, he will be in perfect harmony with his Creator and require no foods, water, or sleep. Those who read
Man,
past
people
such a
are
first
fucking
sentence
dumb,
were
huh?
lectured about the poisons of food and how it was responsible for the negative effects of aging.
All of the things we've heard about, we must get old and we must get weak. And I think I heard when I was a younger person that a man is twice a child and once a man. And that is not the case. When a person gets older and wiser, he should get younger.
But if achieving the lifestyle were as simple as not eating, it would have been a short book. So like the breatharian theologies that came after, Wiley detailed a transitional period. A full decade before Jasmuheen's infamous 21-day process, there was Wiley's yellow foods diet. 14 yellow foods such as eggs, corn, and rum raisin ice cream from Haagen-Dazs were meant to purify the blood of poison before one could mature into a breatharian.
Oh, you can't argue with that.
Fully explain the significance
Haagen-Dazs.
of the yellow. He claimed it was
Detoxifying
based on its vibrational
superstar.
frequency, which was designed to cleanse and detoxify the body.
Before we even get started, our blood is poisoned. You see, we already start at a disadvantage when we're born.
Other lifestyle changes which were required to complete the transformation, such as never drinking water alone and only sleeping while facing north, also seemed to need no further explanation. Wiley's following was smaller than what Jasmine would cultivate in the 90s, but his brand of breatharianism managed to ensnare a young actress whose career was just blossoming. Michelle Pfeiffer had fallen in with a group of aspiring Hollywood breatharians in the early 80s.
I know her.
She later
Not
told
personally,
the
but I've seen her
Huffington
work.
Post, they were very controlling. I wasn't living with them, but I was there a lot, and they were always telling me I needed to come more. I had to pay for all the time I was there, so it was financially very draining. As she helped her husband, actor and director Peter Horton, research a role for a movie about a South Korean cult, she began to realize she was part of a cult herself. Wiley's movement had experienced a few years of unlikely success, but his time in the New Age limelight would be short-lived. Just 3 years after his debut, Wiley's secret habits would be exposed by
No
his
way!
followers, sending breatharianism
He
into
eats?
a decade of humiliated silence.
I can't believe it.
First, you must kick the habit of eating. You see, we've done. Yes, that's right.
Wiley's growing organization had hinged on the promise that he hadn't eaten in 17 years, a claim he'd repeatedly made in interviews and lectures. But in 1983, with breatharianism still in its infancy, Wiley was outed by a breatharian member for, quote...
So there's a guy in the chat that keeps saying, look up Victor Truviano legit didn't eat anything for 10 years. I'm just going to tell you right now, that's a lie. I don't know who that is. Typing in his name only brings up the Breatharian Wiki, and I can tell you right now, it's an absolute fucking lie. There is only one actual documented case of someone not eating for about a year, and it was an incredibly overweight man who, with the supervision of medical professionals, completely stopped eating for a year, living off of the latent storage in his body. He'd still drink and maintain like a liquid diet, but that is the only actual proven case of someone not eating for an extended period of time. I can tell you this Victor guy is eating, and you are being lied to. Also, he looks like Tommy Wiseau. And a little bit like Neil Breen, kind of like a fusion. Here, it's this guy. I don't know why you keep spamming that. He legit has eaten within the last 10 years.
Quote, sneaking junk food into his room after everyone was asleep. He'll eat a dozen donuts in a sitting, said former breatharian Lavelle Leffler, who claimed to have first caught Wiley eating an omelet. When she didn't react, Leffler...
No, also, just in case anyone's curious, sorry to pause again. The guy I'm talking about is... "382 days, his name is Angus Barberry. His starting weight was... Where's his weight? This article doesn't have his starting weight. What the fuck? How the fuck are like, this is 3 different places that don't put his starting weight. Okay, he was extremely large. Like real big. But yeah, that is, to my understanding, the longest time without food. And proven without food. 456 pounds. Oh, okay.
Stated he began eating around her more often. Wiley's response to the allegations varied. To one newspaper, he said of Loeffler, "We were romantically involved. We broke up, now she's out for revenge." To another, he claimed Loeffler was upset over having recently been banned from the Breatharian institution after being caught stealing. But other members began coming forward, saying they witnessed Wiley emerging from a 7-Eleven.
Yeah, that's what I said. He still had liquids.
And later seeing
he just never had solid food for 382 days.
Modern constituents such as Jasmine Heen would
lost 270 pounds
him by speculating that the food was for someone else.
He was seen coming out of a 7-Eleven McDonald's because he was traveling with a group of people who eat.
But the damage to Wiley's reputation was irreparable. Despite assuring his followers that the movement did not depend on whether he, its founder, ate or not, breatharianism suffered a critical blow. And when breatharianism found its second wind nearly 15 years later, Wiley found he had no place in it. If you
he aged? How did he age?
But
he was breathing.
See me, Wiley said in a 2013 interview. I don't get invited to places to talk.
Aww.
Although very little from Wiley's doctrines have endured the modern evolutions of breatharianism, which mostly omit Wiley's promises of immortality, ability to go without sleep, and his yellow foods transitional period, there are components of his early teachings that have persisted throughout the decades.
Eating is an acquired habit just like drinking alcohol or smoking cigarettes.
As epitomized in Wiley's
catchphrase,
food is more addictive than heroin. The notion that human consciousness is meant to evolve beyond the need for food, and that eating is merely an addiction, with hunger being analogous to drug withdrawal, appears in many current versions of the movement. The unique power of the human mind to transcend its own biology and will itself to live without food has also been a foundational belief since the beginning.
We read that the hunger strikers in Belfast died.
Right.
You're living. What's the difference? What's the difference?
The difference is, very importantly, they wanted to die.
Similar assertions were stated in Navina Shine's video. If her body began to shut down, she seemed to think that it wouldn't be the lack of food that would cause her to die, but the belief that she would die, categorizing the death as more of a self-fulfilling prophecy than a biological inevitability. And like Wiley's
how can people even fall for this?
Look
no further than Twitter, man. You can see people buy into all kinds of dog shit all the time. All the time.
And when the umbilical cord is cut, it's terrifying for the baby.
But as Navina continued into the second month of her experiment, her enthusiasm was clearly waning. Her video diaries, once teeming with promises of changing the world, began to show struggles with self-doubt.
I have no idea if I'm living on light or not. I could be starving to death.
Name one thing. Astrology. Astrology is a fun thing to toy about, but it's not a real thing.
I would love it to be.
But there's people that treat it like it is. Like, I will never date an Aquarius. Those fucking maniacs. Couldn't possibly date an Aquarius. Shit like that. But it's not real at all.
Keep our planet healthy. If it's not true.
But it's fun to play with. But some people adopted it as a true belief system.
Oh my god, how incredible is that?
Criticism remained the majority of Navina's audience response well into the 6th week of living on light, with much of it unsparing, but Navina had yet to be disillusioned.
I appreciate it.
When asked by a reporter for The Guardian what she thought of the medical consensus that her organs would fail if she continued, Navina replied, "A doctor can't see living on light because he looks through different lenses."
But people yet cannot see the possibility of living on light, because they are living in the paradigm of it can't be done, not possible.
A large portion of the criticism centered around Navina propagating a deadly idea, despite however altruistic her intentions might be. But many also suspected that Navina was likely
handcrafted chair.
eating, with living on light being an elaborate ploy for attention and donations, a justifiable speculation given the history of breatharianism. This suspicion was inflamed when Navina admitted to introducing a daily vitamin C supplement. She was already under scrutiny for a morning tea, to which she added what she referred to as a splash of creamer. Navina contended that neither counted as food, but many told her she could no longer claim to be living on light and therefore had compromised the experiment.
Oh
Started
boy.
the emergency, which seems
Oh
to be causing
boy.
huge consternation somewhere. But I think
I
even
appreciate
that
that, Stone. Well, thank you.
25 calories, so I'm just going to say, so what?
Although Navina appeared to remain positive, she occasionally cited the negative feedback as a possible message from the universe that she was on the wrong spiritual path. Navina was also struggling physically. Her body continued to cannibalize nearly a pound of adipose and muscle tissue per day, despite her pleas for it to stop. And by day 42, she claimed to have lost 35 pounds, experiencing frequent bouts of fatigue.
Maybe I don't feel
Thanks
well
to
for a
Prime
couple of
Roast,
days.
resub
Maybe
prank.
I can, maybe I
Park.
can't. There's no risk there. On the other side of that,
Don't know what that
finding
is,
a
Slayer.
technology that can save the world. Save the world. Not feel very well for
People
a day.
don't die from astrology. Oh, I didn't say it was nearly as bad as
Despite
Breatharianism.
Navina's
He
repeated
said, how do people
assurance
fall
that
for
she would
things? And I
not
say, people
proceed
buy
if she
into
felt
things
she
that
was
don't
in
make sense
danger.
all the time and
Many
used
began to
astrology as an
predict,
example.
both in the news
It's a
and
totally
in the
fine
comment
thing to
sections
believe
of
in
her
and
videos
have fun with,
that
but it's
the
not a
next
real
casualty
thing
of Breatharianism was
at all.
unfolding.
And it doesn't try to be.
The most
But people
recent
took it as
death linked to
something like a real
Breatharianism had
religion
happened
to
only
follow.
2 years prior. A 55-year-old woman whose real name was withheld from news outlets starved to death in her home in Switzerland in 2011. Like the Breatharian casualties of the past, this woman's death was a result of following Jasmuheen's 21-day process. But she had gone to even greater extremes than past victims, reportedly even spitting out her saliva during the no-water phase of week 1.
Ooh,
Although
boy.
her death is linked to living on light, reports suggest her inspiration for embarking on this venture were the claims of a modern-day Indian monk named Prahlad Jani. According to the lore surrounding Jani, who was 90 years old at the time of his death in May of 2020, he was blessed by 3 goddesses when he was 7 years old, who have been providing him with a steady drip of sustenance via a hole in the roof of his mouth ever since.
What?
Despite Prahlad Jani sharing little overlap with other prominent Breatharian figures, with no assertions that he could teach anyone else to live without food or water, he's cited by many advocates as proof that the practice is possible. This is largely due to the so-called scientific studies that took place throughout the 2000s, and his portrayal in a 2010 documentary titled In the Beginning, There Was Light.
That's a cool title. That is like actually a great title, whoever came up with that.
Give a short encapsulation about what your film is about.
My film is about this strange phenomenon of Breatharianism. I researched, is this true? What is true about it? But it's really, in the end, not about eating or not eating. It's really about understanding that we are more than these meat machines. Modern biology explains us that we are.
Although Breatharianism
Can't click
never
link, Slayer.
disappeared in the years
I don't
following
even know what that
Wiley
means.
and Jasmuheen's prominence, the movement seemed to be lacking a public ambassador. But in 2010, a filmmaker named P.A. Strawbinger would release In the Beginning There Was Light, a controversial film which sold over 75,000 tickets during its run in Austrian
Ooh,
cinemas,
not bad.
despite being labeled problematic and anti-scientific by critics.
Western science just isn't dealing with this concept of life energy.
The film presents
It's
itself as a
weird. Why doesn't science study
with Strawbinger
life
providing
energy?
voiceover narration, spliced
What?
with
That's
interview
weird.
footage
It's like
from
they've never
alleged
watched Dragon
Breatharians
Ball
and members
Z.
of the medical community. Viewers are soon introduced to Michael Werner, a former chemistry teacher who claims to have stopped eating a decade prior after completing Jasmuheen's 21-day process. His relevance in the film centers around a 2004 study in which Werner voluntarily stayed in an intensive care unit for 10 days, consuming nothing but water and unsweetened tea observed by staff members of the University of Bern's Institute of Complementary Medicine.
He looks
Werner
so
completed
scared.
the experiment, but like other Breatharians who underwent similar
I
studies,
understand why.
experienced physiological changes which contradicted his claims. Elevated levels of ketone production consistent with individuals who
Oh,
were
he
in a
got
fasting
jacked.
state appeared in Werner's waste. Werner also lost nearly 6 pounds, a significant amount for dietary conditions he claimed mirrored his everyday life. Like Jasmuheen, Werner claimed the discrepancy was due to the poor air quality which prevented him from chronic feeding. He allegedly underwent a second experiment, but the film makes no mention of the outcome, only that the results are yet unpublished.
Wouldn't they just die?
But the bulk of the film centers around the studies of Prahlad Jani, whose assertions of not having taken any food or water for over 70 years surpass any other breatharian claim by a wide margin. Draped in robes and jewelry, surrounded by devotees, it seems almost blasphemous to doubt the claims of Prahlad Jani, who, the film references, was studied on 2 separate occasions in an attempt to, quote, understand this wonderful phenomenon. In 2003, Jani was observed for 10 days in what is described as a sealed room within India's Sterling Hospital. Oversight was provided by a team of doctors headed by the director of neuroscience, Dr. Sudhir Shah.
I appreciate that.
According
Thank
to
you,
the
Bills.
project's case summary, Jani was monitored in person as well as captured on CCTV camera during the experiment, in which Shah claimed Jani did not take any food or fluid, nor did he pass any solid or liquid waste.
Not eat anything.
Ah, that sounds reliable.
Did not pass urine.
I guess 3 goddesses really are
They
providing
also
food to
claimed
the roof of
observe
his mouth.
Via twice daily sonograms, urine collecting in his bladder, which, quote,
Surely they
decreased on
can't
its own
possibly be lying.
We could see formation of urine in his bladder, which was reabsorbed from the bladder.
The integrity of the study was marred by many issues. Aside from brief moments of Jani leaving the view of the CCTV camera, bathing was also allowed during the final days of the experiment. Straubinger claims the doctors measured his bathwater before and after use, although nowhere in the case summary is this mentioned.
I have to wonder, of course, in my skeptical way, whether some water just might have accidentally splashed down the man's gullet while he was washing up.
Years later, a similar study, this time for 15 days, was conducted again by Dr. Sudhir Shah to similar results. Dr. Shah continued to be flummoxed by what he called Jani's ability to generate urine in his bladder without drinking any water. In an interview, Straubinger accused skeptics of the ability to generate
And at his will, he is able to recirculate it in his body. So he's a piss bender. This man can generate urine and move it around. Fuck yeah.
urine in his bladder without drinking any water. In an interview, Straubinger accused skeptics of the Prahlad Jani experiment of being ignorant. The video surveillance can be watched by anyone, he said, but no one bothers. That's where I get upset. When the interviewer asked if he had seen the footage himself, Straubinger admitted to only watching clips. But most of the skepticism wasn't aimed at the footage, it was aimed at the doctors. As pointed out by Sanal Edamaruku of the Indian Rationalist Association, a group known for traveling around the country and debunking the supernatural claims of mystics and holy men.
And most of these people who are claiming that they are miracle men or holy men or saints are con men.
Dr. Sudhir Shah seemed suspiciously close with the Breatharian community.
What?
He'd
That's
also
weird.
verified the claims of sun gazer Hero Matan Manek, who'd reportedly gone 411 days without eating under Dr. Shah's supervision years earlier. Manek would later be photographed sitting in front of a plate of food inside an Indian restaurant. And Straubinger's reasoning that Manek is simply what's known as an eating breatharian did little to salvage his reputation.
So the exact opposite of what you're supposed to be for a
Although
breatharian.
Straubinger argued on his website that his film takes a neutral view at what he calls the strange phenomenon of breatharianism, he became quick to argue with those who showed skepticism of the lifestyle, even defending disgraced breatharians such as Wiley Brooks and Jasmuheen, revealing himself as one of the movement's foremost modern champions.
What a fucking
By
loser.
Straubinger's own admission, the intention of his film was to evoke discussion. But those who know of breatharianism's tragic history are familiar with what happens when a non-critical portrayal of the subject is introduced to the public. When the death of the unnamed victim occurred a year after the film's release, news outlets attributed it to the documentary. Straubinger was successful in avoiding repercussions as the attorney who investigated the death assured him that an adequate causality between the film and the death of this woman can be excluded. But as is often the case following
So what's he doing now?
to breatharianism, public scrutiny of the practice was renewed. The film was labeled as dangerous and manipulative. And with interest in the lifestyle renewed, Straubinger's objective to bring breatharianism back into the public curiosity
Infinite
was
piss generator. Yeah,
So
it's
first of all,
true.
I don't
That
think
is
I
true.
can
He
do
could
it.
do that.
I stand in the place of it's already done. I don't know, maybe I'll catch up to that, or maybe I won't.
So what is Straubinger doing that... Holy fuck, this is... How is there still so much left? Holy shit, how popular was breatharianism? Okay, let's see what he's doing. P.A. Straubinger. This was the only thing he ever did. That's odd. This is actually the only thing he ever did. And he would tweet sometimes in 2018 only talking about surviving off of light. What a fucking weirdo. Alright, well, how can there possibly be this much more left? This movement was so fucking popular, I guess.
And there are
Here's
a
the
lot
Prime
of people
Pokeawesome
who
Resub Hannah, or
genuinely
Bits Hannah.
are concerned for safety and genuinely don't think it's possible and believe it to be dangerous.
Hold on, I'm gonna take a little piss real quick. I don't have the same abilities of Prahlad Johnny. I can't just reabsorb piss and move it around and use it as projectiles or whatever. So let me pee and fill up my water. I'll be right back. I'm back. I got a snack too. It's a prime Corora, Shu, and the gift sub Hannah, and resub Zutara. And the resub Fuchi. What? No fucking way. Have you heard of perineum sunning? It's a practice where people expose their genitals and anus to the sunlight for health benefits. So perineum sunning. Here's an article on it. It's an ancient Taoist practice that originated in the Far East. So now some people are sitting over a boiling pot of water to steam their vagina. Which is weird, that doesn't really work. And it also doesn't expose it to sunlight. Oh, this is where it started. An Instagram video from a user called Raw of Earth came first in October, showing 3 completely nude men lying down on their backs, butts to the sky to soak up some rays. Laying down on their backs with their butt to the sky? How does that work? Like legs overhead? I guess. In a mere 30 seconds of sunlight on your butthole, you will receive more energy from this electric node than you would in an entire day of being outside with your clothes on, he said in the video. Oh, that's exactly it. Here's the video. So it's... Yeah, it looks like how Pay Money Wubby got a mold of his asshole. So they're on their backs, and they're doing V-leg positions straight up towards the sun. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't just doggy style it and then spread, but what do I know about perineum sunning? There's the prime Mango and Tobias. And here's a lady doing it in a very similar position. I think it's highly ineffective. So she's on her back and bending legs this way, butthole to the sun. Man, fucking Instagram influencers, huh? Crazy shit. Cool. First time I've heard of this. Josh Brolin tried it. Brolin said, I tried this perineum sunning that I've been hearing about, and my suggestion is to not do it as long as I did. My pucker hole is crazy burned, and I was going to spend the day shopping with my family, and instead I'm icing and using aloe. So Josh Brolin likes pseudoscience, I guess? This isn't pseudoscience. This is literally just putting your butthole towards the sun. That's as not scientific as things can get. Thanks to resub Tequila, Silver Spirit, and Dixie Normus. Congrats on the graduation.
All that feedback, I am really seeing that it is totally dangerous.
On June 16th, 44 days after she began, Navina announced she would be ending her attempt to live on light.
I am choosing to stop the experiment now, because even if it's true, it would be a mistake to put that out as if it's easy, as if it's real, as if it's anything.
On her website,
that was responsible.
She wrote, from the feedback I am getting, it is becoming patently clear that most of the world is by no means ready to receive the information I am attempting to produce. Even if it were true that a person can live on light,
I mean, that's one way of looking at it, I guess.
I see now that it would be synonymous with giving a loaded shotgun to a baby. The feedback Navina mentioned, while a reference to the many discouraging comments she'd received, was also a reference to the fact that very few donated to her experiment, and after not having left her house in a month and a half, she would soon have to get back to work in order to afford her living expenses.
The money side of this is kind of irrelevant because money is just an energy. So I'm looking to see what's going on behind that.
Luca.
Very, very clear. There's nothing like money to bring clarity into the situation.
For those who have been following Navina's video diaries, this news was no surprise. Navina had been voicing mixed feelings for weeks leading up to her announcement.
This is way, way too dangerous. People will look at one tiny little thing and think they got the whole story, and then they will just go and do it and kill themselves. Who wants to do that?
Navina's video feed, which never aired but appeared to have been recording the entire time, was given a ceremonial shutdown. And the majority of Navina's audience congratulated her on the decision to bring Living on Light to an early conclusion.
And
they even the 2 gift subs, Loki.
Participation.
Well, that had a happy ending.
As of 2020, the breatharian movement appears alive and well, perhaps even at the height of its popularity. A 10-day gathering in Italy called the Pranic World Festival has taken place annually since at least 2016. Pranic believers from all over the world gather to listen to celebrity breatharian speakers such as Jazz Muheen and Kirby De Lonero, who gained notoriety in 2013 for preaching breatharianism to a crowd of young people during a TEDx youth talk.
I ran a marathon for not eating for nearly 3 months.
Classic Ted.
Get a taste of the lifestyle without food, the Pranic World Festival invites. Although it's mentioned on their website that food will be provided at the event, with the disclaimer, we don't want to be obliged to call the ambulance. The connotation of the term breatharianism has only worsened throughout the decades. Jazz Muheen is among those who have distanced herself from the word, preferring such synonyms as pranic living. But modern promoters such as Audra Bear and Ray Maor have both embraced the term, although when questioned about their lifestyle, admit to regularly consuming calories in the form of juice, smoothies, and broth.
Can't believe
taking their
it.
claims of not eating into semantic territory. But like all breatharians, they still claim to attain nourishment.
No, you should be fine, Colt.
As demonstrated in Audra's pranic breathing tutorial titled
just breathing, I see. Okay.
In 2013, Ray Maor even replicated Jazz Muheen's 60 Minutes experiment. Despite Ray collapsing to dramatic music on day 4, Israeli television allowed the demonstration to continue for 8 days. Ray Maor stated that the goal was to prove breatharianism exists, but many commenters pointed out that going a week without food or water does not indicate that it's possible as a lifestyle. Nevertheless, there's no shortage of individuals claiming to have gone years without consuming a single calorie, solid or liquid, and are typically referred to as level 4 breatharians.
You know, they don't urinate. It means that they don't have number 2s, bowel movements.
Bizarre mythology surrounds these individuals.
Sounds good.
Ray claims that while they don't drink, they are capable of absorbing the humidity in the air through their skin.
They actually their pores of their skin open up by breathing. They usually live in a place that is humid.
Indonesian level 4 Victor Truviano, who claims to have not eaten since 2007, is so revered that people line up to stare into his face for 30 seconds.
Okay. I hope you are still here. This is the guy that guy in chat kept spamming is real. Are you still here, the guy that kept saying that? Did you pay to stare in this man's face? God damn it, I hope you're still here. What the fuck was your name again? Son of a bitch. I shouldn't have looked it up. I shouldn't have looked it up preemptively. Atrocity Guide is the most thorough video essays of all time. I should have known that she would take this one. God damn it. I hope he's still here. Thanks to resub Rorik and Wolf Gamer.
But arguably the most prominent of the modern gurus are a married couple named Akai and Camilla. Starting out as students of breatharianism in 2008, claiming to have undergone Jasmuheen's 21-day process and haven't required food since. Akai and Camilla are currently spearheading the movement with their retreats, online consultations, books, and other materials. Their 8-day pranic living retreats are about as successful as any breatharian instructor could hope to achieve, packing out secluded meeting locations around the globe, with attendants each paying upwards of $1,000. According to journalist Brina Kerr, who attended one of their retreats in 2017, their students undergo an abridged version of the 21-day process, where they are instructed to complete 3 days without food or water and only juice for the remainder of their stay.
72 hours drive fast, and in this day we are fully experiencing absolute prana, just living on air.
Like nearly
I just don't know who hears that. Hey, it's Edna. Edna Mode.
The participants' well-being.
I don't know who
Instead,
hears this
Akai
shit and buys
use
in.
a product called
Like this one's even pushing it for like
small
dumb
white
people.
box
It's
meant to
crazy.
measure one's vital force, energy, and chakra alignment. Akai apparently first encountered the BioWell in 2013, was impressed by his own readings, and began using it to evaluate his students' progress. Declarations on their website of their breatharian method being, quote, scientifically proven, seem to be referring to their BioWell readings and nothing else. But where Akai and Camilla have become truly controversial is the subject of their children.
Oh God, Jesus Christ, no.
When Camilla alleged to have practiced breatharian pregnancy.
I have lived 2 pregnancies now, also in this state. 4 times in my pregnancy with him, I ate something, and this was like in social settings.
I knew my son would be nourished enough by my love, and this would allow him to grow healthily in my womb.
Oh boy.
Despite assurances that their 2 kids are happy and healthy and are fed 3 meals a day, there's lingering concern for the well-being of the children, born and unborn, of Camilla's many devout followers. Akai and Camilla's mentor, Jasmuheen, is still regularly referenced as the authority on breatharianism. Since her 60 Minutes appearance, an experience she cites as humbling.
The gift that 60 Minutes gave me was great humility.
She claims to eat roughly 300 calories per day, about 15% of the generally recommended daily intake. She continues to publish books on the subject of prana, but no longer advocates the 21-day process, instead recommending a lifestyle of 50% food, 50% pranic nourishment.
We can test our pranic nourishment percentage. It's easy to do. And if you're running a pranic nourishment percentage of 50%, that means you're getting it from your lifestyle.
How do we measure the prana?
Energy currents. Then you can immediately unhook from your dependence on the world's food resources by 50%. Right. So that's fantastic.
Wiley Brooks never fully recovered from being exposed. Although rather than continue to deny his penchant for fast food, his strategy in recent years has been to write it into his doctrine. According to his website, the gateway
he still
to
does it?
lifestyle now includes the type of food he was caught eating decades ago. Don't eat anything but the McDonald's double quarter pounder with cheese and a Diet Coke, Wiley warns. No water of any kind, no fruits or vegetables of any kind. McDonald's restaurants are living, breathing, vibrating consciousness buildings of love, abundance.
That's probably the exact opposite of love, I'll tell you what.
When you walk into McDonald's, just know you are in a vortex of unconditional love.
That's what a powerful breatharian wants to get in the 5th dimension.
Not,
Eats
well,
double
if you,
quarter pounder
if you
with
get
cheese,
in
French
the
fries.
5th dimension through me, you will have to take that.
Like Wiley's Yellow Foods diet, reasoning behind this food choice is apparently too
I feel so bad for that guy.
But there seem to be
he lived his
about
whole
5
life a
members
fucking
currently in his
liar.
organization. And
It can't be
operations are
easy.
likely slow going, as it's doubtful any are attending his $1 million workshops or ordering his $10,000 immortality drink. Pralajani continued to face scrutiny for his claims until his death at the age of 90.
What's in the
Thanks
fridge?
for your wildebeest.
Okay.
Yes. What's inside? Can I
Inside,
see?
no. He in the only water to wash the mouth.
Ah.
Independent observers
Okay.
such as Edu Maraku and James Randi, who had asked to sit in on his observation studies, were denied. leaving Dr. Sudhir Shah's questionable experiments the sole testimony of his claims.
I can't believe it.
Similar to Jasmuheen, P.A. Straubinger also received a parody award for his contribution to breatharianism, a German prize called the Golden Blockhead for the category of Most Astonishing Pseudoscientific Nuisance. He continues to promote his film and public speaking events, where he's quick to acknowledge the dangers.
He does look like a guy that would just be
while also rejecting personal
laughed at.
responsibility for giving credence to it.
Fucking
My film,
loser.
of course, is not dangerous at all. It's just doing
Tries to make a
research, because I said
documentary to
from
get
the
people
beginning,
killed.
Please don't try this out. Just because you see a film about somebody climbing the Mount Everest, it doesn't mean you should do it the next day in sneakers and shorts. So this can be, of course, very dangerous.
Navina's online presence seems to have disappeared following the end of Living on Light.
Thanks
In
for
her
Prime
final video, she
Swahili
alluded to
Prince.
starting a new channel called Shining a Light, dedicated to other esoteric ideas, although no such channel matching that description seems to exist. She returned to her channel a month later to check in with a portion of her audience who was worried about her.
I'm doing really well. I just wanted to update you for those who were concerned that I was not doing so well towards the end of it. I'm eating. I think on July 4th was the first day I had a normal meal, which was quite delicious.
She wasn't comfortable conceding that breatharianism wasn't possible, but admitted that she would never be the one to prove it. As it stands, Navina Shine's channel isn't the testament of our ability to live without food as she originally intended, nor did it succeed in saving humanity from self-destruction. Instead, living
Is
on
this
light
just
chronicles
adult
something rare for
bulimia? You don't know what bulimia is,
in a
man.
movement
That's when
so
you
often
puke after
filled with
eating.
deception, injury, and death,
This is
Navina Shine
scams.
provided a much-needed example
Very dangerous
of
scams.
the awareness of danger and irresponsibility before following such an idea to its tragic conclusion.
The universe is saying, this is what I want because this is what's occurring. I have no argument with that.
That was a great video. I had no idea breatharianism was as popular as it is. I had no clue.
Her name is Navina Shine. I'm not a doctor.
So what was the name of the channel of like the modern assholes that are promoting this? Like actual YouTubers promoting this? They showed their channel at some point, didn't they? I guess not, just video clips. Yeah, they just don't have the channel here. Thanks to Prime Lady Zubat. And the huge 5K Bit Slayer, goddamn. Wow, I haven't heard that name in a long time, Slayer. Holy shit. Thank you for the huge bits, but yeah, I do remember that. Search the video. Well, this isn't the guy I was really looking for. I wanted to see the couple and the guy after him, but we'll see who this guy is. That's the same guy? Oh, it is. You may have just changed everything with this video. Not wrong.
Hi, everyone.
He absolutely changed everything for this guy's life if he follows it.
About the breatharian initiation process, why it's necessary, what it does to the body, the different stages, and basically I want to answer all questions that people have about breatharianism.
Is he still active?
My name is Ray.
He is not. Well, that's good at least. Thanks to the bits, lazy boy. Brutal foods. What does that even mean, brutal? Oh. People keep recommending Brutal Moose food reviews. I'm sure they're good, but it's not really what I'm looking for. No, that's the first I've heard of that, Silky. Of course I know LA Beast. Well, criminal investigations are cool as long as it's a goofy crime, not like a fucking murder thing. True, Colt. More expensive houses and apartments? Maybe. Hold on 1 second, quick text message. Thanks to the resub, your mom's boyfriend and the bits beyond. Party Boy 69's new music video. I'm assuming that's your friend? Hold on. Thanks to the Prime Pat Beast. Just hold on. Okay. Thanks to Tier 1 Bin Dog. I'll look him up later then Gina. Yeah, I know Bracco. He's the guy that people pay to stare at because it heals them. Yeah. Evangelical stuff I'm very well aware of. Pseudoscience shit, super deep in it. I know most of it. I just didn't know breatharians were that big. Thanks for some Magic Puffin and Jack Cashmere. In fact, actually, let me see if they have a big presence on Twitter. If I just look up breatharianism, I wonder how many things are going to come up. Holy shit. Wow. At least there is some hope. Sandwiched in between a lot of like breatharianism groups, there's a lot of people shitting on it, which is good, I guess. It's not overly popular, to be fair. Well, that's good at least. Thanks to the Prime Monster Fiend and the resub Pinky and Ice Cold Pork. Nakado Avocado. Oh man, what a sad story. How do you spell it? Oh yeah. This rabbit hole is always just really sad, man. There's nothing fun here. It's just really sad. Thanks to resub Get Smoked and the gift sub Jojo. Obviously a fetish. It's not a fetish. It's a self-destructive cycle. I think it has nothing to do with fetishes. You guys just trapped in a loop, and it's literally killing him. What happened? Nakado Avocado was a vegan YouTuber back in I think like 2014. He was a healthy guy. He was also really good at the violin if I remember correctly. He was like a likable, healthy dude, and then he got into mukbangs. I don't remember how it really started. I don't remember the entire story, but over the years he just kept eating, like at the detriment to his health, documenting his health effects and how detrimental a lot of it was. And he'd always video every bad thing that happened in his life. So breakups, other really heavy events. It'd all be on film with 50,000 chicken nuggets in front of him that he would cry and eat. And the audience ate it up for years. And more recently, people have been like, this is just too much. This is fucked up. You're actually killing yourself. But he can't stop now. He feels trapped and continues to do it. In fact, I'm curious.
Shut.
Still mainly positive, a lot negative, but there are still a lot of people that encourage it. And as long as it still gets views, he's going to keep doing it. He is trapped by his audience. I don't think there's anything entertaining about Nikado Avocado. I think it's just a really sad story. I've talked about that before when I made a video on YouTubers who cry all the time. Nikado Avocado is obviously S tier in that regard. His OnlyFans is fucking wild though, yeah. His OnlyFans pics get posted on Twitter sometimes and they'll just pop up on my timeline. And it'll just be Nikado Avocado with his legs over his head and butthole spread at the camera. Like, I'll just be scrolling and it's up. Nikado Avocado's fucking butthole again. Yep, there's his chocolate starfish. This is the tier 1 Ike. Yep, we watched the fake martial arts video last night. Thanks to the resub, Ohanakan. And thank you for the 2 Seaman Demon. I'm sorry to hear that waft. I have no advice, but it'll get easier in time. You'll find someone better. Thanks to the Prime Ashton. Watch some spirit science stuff. We kind of already did with Breatharianism. I want to switch it up a little. Thanks to the resub Pesta. Fuck yeah. Hope you're having a good night. I don't know, like I said, I don't think I'm going to stream the Mass Effect remaster. I just don't think it'll be fun for stream. It's mainly going through dialogue. Thanks to the Prime CJ. Pastafarian. Oh, that's another pretty wild one. Let me make sure this is the right one. Pastafarians are the ones that only eat pasta, right? Started out as a joke thing, but I know there's people that actually do it. I remember there was an article about it a couple years back. Yeah, fuck yeah. Or no, wait, I'm getting it wrong. They not only eat pasta exclusively, but they worship the flying spaghetti monster. It was a joke thing, like it started as a joke, but I do remember there was an article about people that, well, at least to my understanding, actually believed it. Thanks to 5 gift subs, Pickle Rick, but maybe they're just super committed to it. Couldn't tell you. Still a good joke, though. Thanks to the resub Salma and the Prime Plasma Beast. And thank you for the bit, Skeletor. John Chris Falusi. An open secret. That of an abuser. That might be a little heavy for Twitch, man. What do you mean the mess of the beauty community? What's happening? Is this something I could watch on Twitch or is it toss? I've never heard of John Crick Falusi. Canadian blogger and illustrator, previously animator and voice actor, best known for creating the Ren and Stimpy show. Holy shit, wait, is this the guy that tried to marry a child? Like he used to send letters back and forth with a girl? That was like 12 or something? Is this that guy? Oh, yes, it is that guy. Rice said Crick-Falusi had flirted with her and made overtly sexual comments toward her starting when she was 14 and sexually harassing her when she turned 18 and began working at his animation studio. Okay, I'll check this out. I never actually finished learning about this guy. Is this video tossed though? Let me see. Thanks to resub Crizzle. There's one of his drawings that looks like it's definitely toss, but it is just a drawing and it's not nude. It's just two topless cartoons hugging, but you can't see anything. You can just skip that when we get to it. That seems to be the only thing. Okay. I can just skip that when we get there. It is at... Where was it? I've already lost it. Oh, fuck. Well, son of a bitch.
Girls was very evident in his art.
Okay. I'm just going to assume it's in this part, because there's quite a few girls like that he drew. Alright, let's run it. Skip that part. Thanks to Prime Burnt Juice.
Because I was depressed all the time. Like, I felt like shit being like a 16, 17-year-old thrown into this situation.
Thanks to Prime Midget. Hayden.
It wasn't exciting. It was just like uncomfortable. I thought it was right because I had wanted to work in animation for so long.
Thanks to
I
Prime
wanted to work
J.
at Spumco for so long, since I was like 11 years old or 12 years old. And
Resub Arc.
so I was like, this is it. I'm here. Like, I have to make a go of it. And it was miserable. It was really miserable.
On August 11th, 1991, Nickelodeon aired one of its
Prime
most
Fluffy.
iconic shows, Ren and Stimpy.
Never
created
liked
by
the
John
show.
Crizzle, or better known as John K.
Well,
It
at least
first
I didn't like
premiered
it that
on the
much.
network as one of the original Nicktoons, accompanied by Rugrats and Doug. The show is admired by many for its use of surreal humor and disturbing imagery, and while the show continues to be celebrated by fans and Nickelodeon alike, its creator is not. Crizzle was never exactly seen
Thanks,
in the best
Ryan.
light, even in his early days in the industry. He was rude, difficult to work with, and inappropriate. But behind it all, he was a child predator. Crizzle used his position as the creator of Ren and Stimpy to prey upon aspiring artists and pressure them into sexual situations. Today, we look back on the events that brought to light his true nature. This is John Crizzle, an open secret.
Nickelodeon had some fucking weirdos, huh? Dan Schneider, John Crick-Falusi. Rough.
There are 3 well-known facts in the animation industry. The Simpsons will never end, a new version of Batman will come out every other year, and working with John Crizzle is a nightmare. This could be seen as early as 1978, when he was expelled from Sheridan College. However, according to him, he dropped out on his own accord because the teachers focused too much on free experimentation in art. During his early career,
That
he
makes
worked
sense.
for Filmation, Hanna-Barbera, and Deke Entertainment, leaving him with a deep-seated hatred for this style
I
of
don't remember
cartoon
Deke.
animation, which led to the creation of Ren and Stimpy. The show became one of Nickelodeon's most successful programs, and would continue for many seasons.
Thanks, Resub Weasel.
However, halfway through, Crizzle would be fired from his own show. While his relationship with Nickelodeon started off cordial, Crizzle would eventually push the limits of what he could get away with in terms of tone and dark humor, as well as continuing.
Yeah, there's an episode where they actually butt fuck each other.
The main problem has been with production. We aren't getting new episodes, so it isn't even a content problem. We are a network. We have a big audience.
Well, I mean, okay, I'm
and
exaggerating.
episodes on
I'm
the air.
exaggerating. Calm down. They don't actually butt fuck each other. It was implied
After
anal.
his termination, he would go on to create other projects that were ultimately canceled due to its crude and inappropriate humor, such as The Ribbing Friends and Ren and Stimpy Adult Party Cartoon. Chris Felucci had an inflated ego, using his self-taught skills and refined opinions on animation to showcase that he was better than everyone else.
We might
in the
rewatch
industry.
it, Yoshi.
He
Who
quickly
knows?
garnered a reputation for being an immense pain in the ass to be around. He would frequently bash other animated properties that were currently airing as well, such as when he anonymously attacked Animaniacs in a magazine article, despite never actually watching the show, or when he called the American anime art style seen in Ben 10 and Avatar as gay. This was on top of his incredibly hateful, cynical, and misogynistic nature that could be seen in the day-to-day work environment.
I was just trying to look at his shelf. Oh, you know this thing's been in his butthole. Magic Christmas fairy dust for you? Okay. Dance of Desire. Jesus.
The work environment.
Thanks the bits, Peepa. Oh, whoa, okay, this is where we gotta skip. Hold on. Yeah, he drew a lot of big-tittied women. Okay, hold on. Oh. Jesus, wait. Okay, never mind, I was a little early. He doesn't show anything. It's the next section. We're good. Okay.
The secret that Chris Felucci was a child predator
alright.
was an open secret in the animation industry for years.
Damn, John.
When scouting talent for Spumco Studios in the 90s, as well as in recent years for his new Florida studio, he would almost always look for young women, and never any men. He would go out of his way to show his fellow animators photos of underage girls performing oral sex on him, asking them what they think of it.
What? What the fuck, Nickelodeon? I'm gonna have to just immediately spoil the end of this anime. Is he in jail? There's no fucking chance he's not in jail, right? He's not. Wow. Well.
Almost as
Thanks
if
for some
he
Legendary
knew
and
this
Joey
was wrong
and Lowbones
and was
and
trying to get a
Kangaroo.
rise out of them. Chris Felucci was known to regularly sexually harass female coworkers, and his perverted fixation on teenage girls was...
Okay, here we go. This is the part I have to skip. Okay, I think it's just that section. Looks like the rest is fine. Okay.
his computer, with specific images depicting underage girls with fearful expressions, possibly taken by Chris Felucci himself. The girls in these images range from ages 12 to 14. Chris Felucci's attorney denied these reports.
What? Holy shit. I had no idea his case was like this. I remembered the open secret being that he was trying to marry a 14-year-old. That's the story I remember from years back. This is fucking wild.
I did not go into any specifics. Chris Falusi's disturbing pedophilic nature would have remained an open secret had it not been for two women coming forward with their accounts of what happened in their relationships with him. These women being Robin Bird and Katie Rice.
He pursued women all the time. He was always pursuing.
He probably
underage
offered
girls.
cupcakes.
He was always pursuing women who worked for him or near him in the studio. But Katie and I were the ones that he was the most dogged about. He just, we were like the ones that got away, and he just would not let it go for the longest time.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, Parsky.
In 1994,
appreciate
13-year-old
that,
Robin
Thule.
Bird sent Chris Falusi a video of herself talking about her dreams of working in animation. Being a huge fan of Ren and Stimpy, she was ecstatic when he responded, offering his help in reaching her dream job and improving her drawing skills. He eventually flew her out to Los Angeles to show her his animation studio. During this trip, he would sexually assault her. Before her senior year of high school, she flew out once more to be his intern
Holy shit.
and his 16-year-old girlfriend. This became well known around the industry and was outright stated by his attorney in the response to the allegations. After she graduated, she was hired to work full-time in the studio.
How does
Whenever
that
art producer
fly?
Tony Mora first started his internship at Spumco, he asked himself, "Who's that little girl?" when he would see Bird around the office. And as wrong as it was, the relationship between Bird and Chris Falusi seemed to be accepted around the studio, or rather people just simply looked the other way. Chris Falusi created an atmosphere.
They're
at
all
Spumco
pieces of shit
where
then.
taking offense to him having a 16-year-old girlfriend was, in and of itself, offensive.
No one, I briefly broke up with him for like 4 months during that time. But it wasn't because of that even. I was just tired of his shit, like, as a human being. But it wasn't like I realized that it was wrong. I mean, it was just so normalized by everyone who was around me. His friends, some of his pervy friends, are just such enablers. And they're into little girls too, and they just made it seem normal. They just made it seem like, oh, it's John and his little girlfriend. They're all pervy, and they were, his enablers. They, especially, would, convince me to stay with him and
Thanks to the Prime, Greg.
like try to be my friend so that I felt better about the whole situation.
So Nickelodeon had their own little, like,
Falusi had
Epstein's
accumulated
Island
a
inside
stack
their
of Polaroids over
headquarters.
the years of himself and Bird having sex, which he would frequently show to other people. When told about this years later, Bird was completely unaware that he had taken photos of them.
The stuff that we found out about him having nude photos and showing them to people was like, I was already his girlfriend. He had already started,
Thanks for resub Sagi
having
and
sex with me
Tekimoto.
since I was underage. And then I find out through the course of this investigation that he's also got like pornographic images of me that I didn't even know existed, and he's sharing them with people at the studio. So not only will he rape a person, but he will take pictures of them naked without their knowledge and distribute them to his employees, basically. And all of the guys who saw this were horrified. They were like, "Why are you showing me this?" Like, because I was like little, And not only was I a kid, but like I looked even younger than I was. It was
Man.
like as if he was like showing naked pictures of a 12-year-old.
Maybe Alex Jones is right. Hollywood is full of pedophile vampires.
Why- don't show
Like,
me
goddamn.
And yeah, I didn't even learn about that until I talked to the guys that I used to work with.
I mean, not
They
that it's
told me
like,
about
we've
it
talked
back
about it
then.
on the podcast a lot.
They came forward now. And
There's so many fucking pedophiles in Hollywood, it's crazy.
She reported that her life had become suspended since she was 14, after being wrapped up in Chris Falusi's affairs. Bird left Chris Falusi for good in 2002, after which he sought out another young woman to seemingly replace her. Katie Rice wrote to John Chris Falusi when she was 14.
One second, I have to look up... Like, there has to be a reason why he's not in jail, right? With, like, actual proof of underage photos of naked girls? Like, how is he not in jail? With so many people confirming that, as well as hard evidence of him having it, how is he not in jail? I need to look that up. I'm typing that in. No one pressed charges? Well, what do you... Okay, that's not exactly how that law works. Jared Fogle went to jail for having an unimaginable amount of child porn. It's not like every kid in those videos pressed charges. Sometimes there's things that you can just be arrested for because it's so highly illegal. Yeah, no one defends him either. Like, there's not even another side of the story. It's not like, oh, this is only one side of the story. Everyone rolled over on him to confirm everything, and he is still not in jail. Someone has to press charges. Do you really not understand how, like, laws work? Goddamn. How much child porn did Jared Fogle have? It was so much they had to reinvent a new measurement for it. Actually, I'm gonna look it up. I think it was actually 5 petabytes. Which is like the highest level of anything ever. Hold on. I'd never even heard the number tossed around before. I think it was petabytes. No, I'm wrong. He didn't make it to petabytes. I must have just believed the jokes. He had 5.6 terabytes. It must have just been a joke back when he got arrested to accuse him of having petabytes worth of porn. It was 5.6 terabytes, which is still an absurd amount. But the next one up from terabyte is a petabyte.
Expressing her interest to work in animation someday. The two began chatting on AOL, where John praised her talents, saying she had real potential. The conversations quickly turned sexual on Chris Felucci's part. The then 41-year-old asked her if he ever made her tingle, among other sexual stuff. Over the phone, he requested that she say explicit things while he masturbated on the other line. She refused. In 1997, Chris Felucci abruptly stopped talking to her, lining up to when he had just gone together with Bird. Eventually, Rice began working at Spumco, and right as Bird had left Chris Felucci, he began focusing all of his attention on her.
Why work at
pressuring her to get
Spumco?
involved with him romantically. Chris Felucci would tell her that he was jealous of the boys she liked back in high school. Eventually, she began working in his home office, where the sexual harassment got worse and worse.
Like a tier 1 peepa.
He would wait for her in his living room completely naked, walk around with his dick hanging out.
Oh, the naked man strat.
He would rape her someday.
Oh.
Rice's reasoning for not leaving
That varied a
sooner
bit
was
from the
that she
Reddit
had suffered
naked man
from low
approach.
self-esteem, and Chris Felucci preyed upon her at a very formative age. He had told her that she was special, which really affected her. She ended up leaving his production company after 2 incidents that happened relatively close to each other. The first being Chris Felucci's rape comment, which his attorney states was a joke, and the discovery of child porn on his computer.
Hi.
Which his attorney said was real.
This is Katie Rice. She is one of the young artists I was telling you about who sought me out because she grew up watching Ren and Stimpy, right?
Naked Beach Frenzy.
Ren and Stimpy has a lot of specialists on it. Like we have people who draw manly, we have people who draw sensitive, we have people who draw sexy girls. Katie is the princess of sexy girl artists. Now I got to tell you a little history because all through the 80s, when I was working at Hanna-Barbera and Filmation and all these studios, I always wanted to draw sexy girls into the cartoons. But since the networks were all run by dykes, they wouldn't let you because they thought it was offensive to women to draw girls cute, like Katie here. So,
holy shit.
It frustrated me and all the other artists that like to draw sexy girls.
On March 29th, 2018, Robin Bird and Katie Rice came forward with their stories, which were published by BuzzFeed News.
Oh, God. Well, that killed the story right then and there, didn't it?
The industry's open secret was no longer a secret. Upon the publication of the story, Cartoon Network and Adult Swim both said that they were not aware of any sexual harassment claims against Chris Felucci, but did not plan to work with him again in the future. Nickelodeon declined to comment, but removed Chris Felucci's portrait from the wall.
How about just a "we don't like pedophiles"? That would have been
Same was
good.
done with Dan Schneider. Colleagues of Chris Felucci, such as Tony Mora and Gabe Swar, were regretful upon being interviewed. While they had mixed feelings about the artist, they wished they had done more during the events, as they were aware of the misconduct at play. Bird and Rice, however, have zero mixed feelings regarding Chris Felucci. Bird stated, quote, "He ruined a good bit of my childhood and my early adulthood, gave me PTSD, and forced me to change careers, putting my life 10 years or more behind. He is an abuser in the way that he will pull you into a relationship with him and tell you who to be and what he wants from you. Everybody needs to know about it." In a similar vein, Rice said, "I became a better artist by working for him. I'm not grateful for it. I wish I hadn't. I wish I were a worse artist now and I didn't have all this bullshit to do."
I can tell you right now, his art style isn't very good. You are not a better
the
artist
publication, Chris
from
Felucci
working
came
with
forward
him.
with an
You just got
11-page
better on
public
your own.
apology,
His art's pretty
an
dog
apology
shit, to
which
be
he was
fair.
advised not to publish, and for good reason. In this apology, Chris Felucci denies some parts of the publication, saying that there are general truths in there, but they are greatly exaggerated. He then spends 6 pages detailing the good times that he had with Bird and Rice, and then attempting to deflect blame by saying he was recently diagnosed with bipolar disorder and ADHD, using that as an excuse for why he was unable to keep
Thanks,
his
Prime.
impulses
Thanks,
in
cute.
check. He then laments that his new studio and series won't be able to happen because of the articles being published. Obviously, there was a backlash almost immediately, with Bird calling it a non-apology and a big pile of manipulative crap. She then followed up on Twitter with a detailing of a traumatic experience she had at the age of 18, where she had an abortion while carrying Chris Felucci's child. His apology also triggered a backlash from those actually suffering with bipolar disorder and ADHD, stating that his comments perpetuated the stigma that those with mental illnesses are dangerous with uncontrollable urges. He was also blasted for using Bird's and Rice's artwork in his Good Times section.
Do you think that like this pedophilia thing is that like a serious problem in the entertainment industry? Is that?
I think it's an animator problem. I don't know what it is.
No, it's not just
They
animators.
love cartoons, you know. They're like eternally childish.
Oh, whoa.
Childish sorts of pursuits.
Well, let's not go saying that. It has nothing to do with
I can't really
animators.
explain it, but
It's all
because
Hollywood.
All of the women that I've been hearing about coming out in other industries, you know, they've been adults. Like they may be too young for the guy to be hitting on, but they're like, you know, in their 20s or something. But this is like, you know, John Kay constantly talks to 13 and 14-year-olds online. And
Thanks, Resub
that
Chumley.
Dan Schneider guy, like he works with like 14-year-old girls on TV shows and like obsesses over their feet. Like what the hell is going on?
That is true. That is Dan.
And that's the story of the fall of John Chris Felucci. Nowadays, he continues to do personal art on
Thanks
his
to
blog,
Prime.
but has not worked on any official
Gleason.
animated production in any studio since the publication in 2018. He has finally been exposed for who he really is, an emotionally manipulative child predator.
And is still not in jail, so... Yeah, I had no idea it was that deep. I just remember the, him, like, being in a relationship with a kid. I remembered that from a few years back. Makes the Prime Roach and the Resub Reveldus. Could he be innocent? Not a single person has defended him. He doesn't defend himself. Like, not even he is saying that they're wrong or lying. I don't think there's any world where he is innocent. Especially when they have all of that evidence. Thanks to the resub Jones. In response to all of it coming forward, he said, yeah, there's some truth to it, but look at these good times we had, and it's him hugging a 13-year-old alone. And then them working with him, and then them dating when she was still underage. Like, I don't think there's any world where it's not true. Definitely can't watch that on Stream Laser, but it's good to see you again, man. Oh, the adrenochrome rabbit hole. I learned about that a few months ago. Thanks to Prime Walter. I feel like if they really had all that evidence, he'd be in jail by now. I would like to think so, but you could also look at other cases, like, I believe it's Bryan Singer. He used to have... Well, let me make sure it's Bryan Singer before I put this associated with his name. Yeah, it is Bryan Singer. So yeah, like there's other cases where like Bryan Singer would have pool parties with his Hollywood friends and have naked children there. Like he'd have like just kids running around for the guests to have fun. Like there's a lot of shit like with Bryan Singer. He had literal fucking underage sex parties. But he's still making movies. Even though this is all out in the open. And you can read about it from people that have attended his parties and the accusers and the ones that were subject to it. It's all there. And he is still making movies and shows. So even though there is evidence for things, sometimes people are just too powerful to go to jail. Thanks to Tier 1 Major Pain and the Tier 1 Aiden and the gift sub Walter. Oh, another good one. Roman Polanski. Well, actually, he did go to jail, didn't he? Pretty sure he actually did spend some time in jail. He fled? Oh. Thanks to the resub mock. And the 5 gift subs, Major Pain. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, that would be the plan, mock. Thanks to the Prime, Matt. Alright, let me take a tinkle real quick, and then we'll go down another rabbit hole. I'll be right back. team, I'm back. Thanks, resub Bad Orc. Oh, I totally forgot about that. Yeah, holy shit, the Matthew Broderick thing? What was that whole story again? Matthew Broderick was drunk driving and killed 2 women in a car accident, and he just paid them like $200. Like the family $200. That was it. Yeah, I totally fucking forgot about that. Where's that case at? 1987, driving a rented BMW, he crossed the wrong lane and collided head-on with a Volvo. The driver and her mother were both killed instantly. He was vacationing with Jennifer Grey, who he began dating in secret during Ferris Bueller's Day Off, and the crash publicly revealed the relationship. Ah, yes, that was the bad thing about the crash. Oh, now people know these 2 assholes are dating. Ah. Broderick told the police he had no recollection of the crash and did not know why they had been in the wrong lane. What I first remember is waking up in the hospital with a very strange feeling going on in my leg. He was charged with causing the death by dangerous driving, faced up to 5 years in prison, but was convicted of the lesser charge of careless driving and fined $175. That's what it was. It wasn't drunk driving. He just quite literally killed these 2 people, and when he went to the hospital, he played the I don't remember card. And Matthew Broderick's career never really suffered from it. That was in 1987. I forgot about that. I hadn't heard that in a long time. His team did a great job of hiding that. Like, that wasn't even big news when I was a kid. I had only heard of that in passing. I don't remember who told me it. I think it was a teacher. Because Ferris Bueller's Day Off was like one of those movies that like classrooms would play from time to time just like as a little movie thing for students. And I remember one of my teachers didn't like Matthew Broderick. So I guess one of us must have asked about it and they told us. Yeah, but like I said, there's a lot of cases of that kind of shit. So I guess it's not overly surprising that John K's not in jail when shit like that is also still fine in Hollywood. Thanks to the resub Ascendant Survivor in the Prime Chortle. Charisma on Command. I'm familiar with that. I've seen this before. I know this channel. Not really what I'm looking for though. Thanks to the bits, Matt. It's not goofy enough. Jim Carrey's ex-girlfriend killed herself because he got her addicted to cocaine and gave her herpes. Man, you guys are bringing up all this old shit I haven't heard in so long. I remember that too. Oh, goddamn. Man, maybe a tier list for all the fucked up Hollywood celebrities that never faced jail time and are still just doing fine after some horrible shit. Thanks to the bits Numb and Everard. That would be a long list. We'd probably have to do like a cutoff. Fuck, I haven't heard of these in a while. He did fight the lawsuit, and he won, unsurprisingly. That one though, there is like there is an argument to be made, like maybe he didn't cause it or something, you know. But I do remember reading about this. Have you heard of the OJ guy? Yeah, I think I've heard of OJ before. That's a significant argument. Yeah, so the thing, it comes from Jim Carrey's ex-girlfriend accused him of introducing her to cocaine, mental abuse, and disease before her suicide. That's why he was put into the wrongful death lawsuit. And the argument was, of course, wasn't my fault. This would have happened anyway. Or something like that. It's been a while since I read it. But yeah, she said that it was him that got her addicted and that he gave her disease and she was unhappy, subject to abuse, and then it ultimately ended with her dead. But no one, you know, that could be completely made up. There's really no way of knowing in that case. Though Carrey admitted that he paid her an undisclosed amount of money in 2013 to stop her from revealing that she had contracted herpes from him. Oh. Thanks to the Prime Toxic Simulator and the resub Pletch and Berry Brews and the Tier 1 Nico. The bits Peepa and Kirby. Have you heard of this story when Rick James and his then girlfriend kidnapped 2 women and tortured them? Holy shit. Well, there's one I finally haven't heard of, though. No. Whoa, this is a long one. From 1991. Thanks to the resub Trinity. Yeah, chat is definitely caught up with the Hollywood dirt here. Though, I mean, a lot of it's just like straight out there in the public. Literally just all in the public. Because almost 9 times out of 10 there's no repercussions, so they don't even bother hiding shit. Thanks to the Prime Gummy Worms. Chat's an avid Alex Jones viewer. I know you're making a joke, but this is like actual, like, non-vampire pedophile conspiracy shit. Like, it's just going over the actual things that happened. With, like, Matthew Broderick killing 2 women in a head-on collision and faking that he forgot it. And then getting off with a $175 fine. It's a little disrespectful to say that that's just a conspiracy. Thanks to the Prime, Hadrian. This creepy game is WoW Hylix. 4 scary shapeshifters caught changing on TV. Okay. Haven't we seen this? It didn't work. We have seen this. This is the guy that records televisions for when they glitch and then uses it as proof that people have shape-shifting powers and reptilians are real. We've seen this. Or maybe we just saw part 1.
In the last 30 years, a fantastical conspiracy theory has become increasingly popular. One that may be the most ridiculous out there, or the most incredible. Supposedly, a network of reptilian creatures have infiltrated the world's government, media, and entertainment industry.
No, I didn't know that
from
one,
the
Red.
mysterious identity of Michael Brownlee to the potential real appearance of the bushes.
Sorry to hear about that, Blue Man.
Join us. Out of all supposed reptilian anomalies, the most popular relate to the eyes. On multiple occasions, news anchors have seemed to accidentally reveal a second set of eyes. In an interview with Wolf Blitzer, CNN correspondent Brian Todd was filmed blinking furiously before viewers noticed a flash of hidden pupils.
This is one of my favorite conspiracies, actually.
Brian, is that at all a consideration? It's a big consideration. Just about every former officer I spoke with says the cost of outfitting each combat troop with a tracking device is one of the main reasons they don't have them right now. So when you speak
Whoa!
with...
I saw it! Holy fuck. Well, I'm sold. I came into this video a non-believer, and that was enough to convince me.
With the cost and pay for all of this, it is worth it not only to track missing troops.
The comments on these videos are usually the best ones. People giving their own anecdotal proof that reptilians are real.
Those skeptics have suggested that this is nothing more than video compression. Others have questioned why the error only sticks to the eyes, rather than the entire frame. Bizarrely, the onset of blinking before the reveal of the second eyes appears to be a common occurrence. Both Fox News journalist Sharon Breams and this unidentified Spanish reporter have suffered similar issues. So could the truth be in the eyes? On a standard edition of the Fox-owned KK
Oh, I know that one,
TV,
Peter, yeah.
an LA-based reporter reads the latest story about celebrities.
Thanks, Resub Generator.
Yet once more, the anchor starts to transform, until, unheard by the audience, the producers scream at her to stop presenting. The camera then cuts to someone else, and when it returns, the reporter is back to normal.
Can I see it?
The Globe asked a doctor to assess certain celebrities' risk factors and make her analysis. For example, she says, it appears Britney is suffering from a major psychological disorder and that it might actually be bipolar. Could be that. The doc then predicts how much longer they'll live. Sick, I know, but I also know you want to hear what she has to say. The doc says if these people don't get help or straighten up fast, I haven't pre-read any of this. Britney won't make it to the age 30. Lindsay won't see
Oh my God.
25, and Michael Jackson
She's
has 7
transmogrifying.
months left. At the
What the fuck
other
is
end,
happening?
Angelina's going to have a long
Oh my God.
life. And
She's
so
turning
will
into an
George
animorph.
Bush and Nicole Richie.
Ah!
If you're not already bipolar...
I hear yelling in the booth. Are they yelling at me for the way I read that?
No, you
or
did great.
Okay.
But when, if you're
Hey,
not...
wait, excuse me.
I could hear Lisa yelling
Give
from...
her a break. She didn't read it earlier. She doesn't know the story. It's okay. Just stop it. She's okay.
I could
Thanks
hear
to
you.
Bit Sweeper.
Some expert
Can't
who
click
doesn't know
links,
any of
Banksy.
them making comments on how long they live than we did on Iraq today, okay?
Are you trying to make me feel bad?
I don't have to.
You're right.
Interestingly, throughout this clip, viewers have claimed to hear the anchor both hiss and make a slight guttural sound off camera. However, skeptics maintain that since the anchor's clothes appear to transform as well, this all but confirms it's a technical error.
No.
Others, though, dismiss this, arguing that the clothes are part of the disguise. Regardless, she isn't the only Fox News reporter to allegedly transform into
That is a good
reptilian.
response. No, no,
On the
no.
Atlanta branch of
Reptilians
the
also
network,
use fake clothes.
Fellow news anchor Dale Russell displayed a similar transformation.
Exit reset.
Now,
Hey,
again, we want to
Fumetsuhito,
stress
fuck
from
yeah.
what we observed and what
Hope
the
you have a
sheriff
wonderful
says,
day.
a small number of motorcyclists
Thanks
are
for the resub.
causing all of the problems. But the problems are serious. Emergency responses are stretched thin. Weekends are spent cleaning up motorcycle
Oh my God,
wrecks
he's
by
doing
the
it.
sheriff's deputies, and
He's
some tourists
polymorphing.
locals say the speeders have taken over.
Jesus
Now,
fucking
we
Christ!
mentioned last night stories go around the mountains about the winner-take-all races. Well, the owner of the website who advertises those races
Oh, he's
told
turning
me
into Harvey Dent.
It's all just a joke. He says it doesn't really
What
happen.
the fuck is
He
that?
says he put them on his website just to annoy the local.
Oh, wait, alright, never mind. I actually believe in
And
it
they
now.
basically are
What the
saying some
fuck
of the
was
same
that?
things over and over here, and other people cause problems. The bicyclists, the cars.
Looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger in Total Recall when his eyes are popping out of his skull when he takes his helmet
These guys
off.
are driving really fast, but the ones that are really causing the problems are the inexperienced drivers.
He's doing it again!
They're on powerful bikes. That
Oh, it's like leaving bubblegum out in the sun.
That's kind of the main thing that we're hearing from them.
Further, in what is likely just a coincidence, but an odd one nonetheless, Russell shares
Thanks
the
to Prime
same
Cake
name
and
with
Redgate.
Gale Russell, a paleontologist who theorized that if dinosaurs hadn't gone extinct, they would have eventually evolved into this humanoid creature. As seen, this life form has the appearance of a typical reptilian. Is it therefore possible that the name is a known joke?
What? Far be it for me to fact check the expert, but did anyone ever say that if dinosaurs didn't go extinct, they would have evolved into a reptilian? Let's see. Alright. What if dinosaurs didn't die out? And then it's a picture of a dinosaur in a movie theater. Okay. I like it. This is way too long of an article, but I don't see anything with reptilians. Thanks to resub Kai Voli. How long ago did dinosaurs live again? It was like 60 million years, right? God, the paleontologists in chat's gonna lose their goddamn mind. Oh, no one knows. Alright, cool. So anywhere between 60 million and 2 billion, I see. Very helpful. 40 years ago. Okay. Well, let's work under the assumption that it's 60 million. Would they have been able to evolve that much in 60 million years? I don't think so. I don't think they'd go from, like, tiny-armed, giant fucking skull dinosaurs into a proper businessman reptilian. That feels like it just wouldn't work. That'd be huge. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Eli. I'm glad to hear that you're clean now and doing well. Alright.
Joke. Bizarrely, it seems that many fox anchors are alleged to be reptilians. One in particular, Michael Brownlee, a former reporter for the LA branch, has a history of potentially transforming, a point that seemingly rejects the theory it's due to compression issues. However, the most infamous transformation came when the cameraman, apparently aware of Brownlee's emerging real form, turned the camera away for no reason.
Oh my god.
Now, we
how deep does it go?
But the mother says that her 16-year-old daughter, the victim in this case, was also arrested here back on September 18th. Now, keep in mind, this is the family story, their account of what they see happened here on campus earlier this month. Unfortunately, we weren't able to reach the school district for comment, but keep in mind, a mother and daughter baffled over how a celebration with cake...
Now, wait, what? He didn't turn the camera away. I didn't see that. What? Never mind, I shouldn't
Whilst
question it.
promoting her book, Jenna Bush, daughter of former US President George W. Bush, appeared to constantly shapeshift. Further, viewers noted that the anchors interviewing Jenna attempted to let her know of this mistake, repeatedly discussing how she changed.
Maybe Cthulhu. And thank you,
with
Oni.
teenagers and students about
Appreciate it,
Anna
Oni.
and the other kids I met in Latin America, and so far it's been
God.
really inspiring.
And not
She's...
unpleasant. I mean,
oh my God!
Change all that.
No, we're not going to change that.
Don't change it, please.
We will not change it. We will not.
She obviously hasn't seen the show.
People have been nice, and they're not attacking your dad or his policies to you.
Well, I met with my job. I worked for UNICEF, which is an amazing organization that works in over 150 countries.
She's doing it again.
With teenagers.
She's fucking freestyling, transforming willy-nilly.
Living in extreme poverty or living with HIV.
What the fuck is that? Oh my
stories,
God!
Listen to their stories and write them for UNICEF. And so, I mean, I obviously learned so much from these kids. I learned from Anna in particular, who has lived in.
Oh, it's a video game glitch in the real world.
To live each day to its fullest.
Doing any kind of missionary work. I think
She's turned into a beehive.
And you and your sister had a little bit, I mean, you guys weren't Paris Hilton, but you had a little bit of a reputation as party girls.
Thanks for 5 gift subs, Posties Beer Pong.
So it didn't change
Thank
my
you, Beer Pong.
personality necessarily.
Appreciate it.
But I taught for 2 years after the University of Texas after graduating, and then went on.
Not again, I can't handle it. The truth is overwhelming.
It's been 7 years.
It's too much.
Had that image of me.
Oh, her face is morphing into an actual butthole.
Stories was incredible.
Oh God!
When you see this, when you not only listen to their stories, but you get involved and you write about it as well, does it change how you look? You're thinking about how government should run.
Makes it tier 1 DNAB.
Still, Jenna isn't the only alleged reptilian in the Bush family. In one interview, her grandfather and fellow President George Bush Sr. seemed to transform for a split second. As noted, his pupil briefly became slit, whilst his eye itself looked green.
He's a Prime Stanley.
In Colombo in Sri Lanka. It's full. You literally, I don't know how they're going to get all the crates.
Whoa, no. Wait just a minute there. You can't disprove that. Finally, some cold hard evidence. Been saying it for years.
Could this prove that the Bushes are reptilians?
Fuck yeah.
And if so, does this mean that similar creatures have been running the US government? What do you think?
Thanks for resub back, Needle. Good to see you again, Needle. Thanks to Prime Darman fam. Good name. Now let's see what the real experts have to say in the comments. Oh, actually, most people are calling it out. This is uncommon. Usually the comments for reptilian videos are overwhelmingly in favor of them being real. But these guys are just joking too. Oh, actually, here we go. Here's someone. The Bush one I saw as it was happening live on Christmas 2001. Both Bush and Clinton were shifting during that Christmas special address right after 9/11. All right. Thanks the resub, Calv. Code Geass, probably, Guardian. Alright. That was cool. I always love reptilian shit, to be honest. I think it's great. This guy hasn't posted in quite a while. Actually, a big tier 2, Kev. Well, thank you, Oni. It ended with us just playing some more Alt F4 and some Rocket League. Actually, I want to watch some more reptilian shifting. Shapeshifter Dr. Kelvin Kim. What? What if I put scary in front of it? Interesting, Kothar. And thanks to the Prime E-Rock. Yeah, I know all about the one Bangsy. It's all fucking major network shit. I hate how they do that now. I want to see the conspiracies. Son of a bitch. Thanks to the resub King Gold. Planet Nibiru. No, I haven't seen that channel. I know what Nibiru is. That's the giant asteroid thing, right? Or the rogue planet that they think is going to collide with Earth. Big Bang. Odds of life and why you don't exist. With a title like that, I can't not click it.
So I was reading an article about Carl Sagan, the Big Bang, the actual Big Bang, not the TV show, and life on other planets the other day, and I ran across some rather interesting facts.
Well, I hope you're kidding about that, Oni.
Dig into some other things, and as one thing led to another, I
Thank you
ended
for the
up with the
generosity,
main
but I hope you're
idea
just
of this
kidding.
video. In the nutshell, it boils down to the odds of our even being here are astronomically against us. That's right, when you do the math, it's almost impossible for us to exist. But before we get into that, let me explain how I got there, and maybe we can figure out how we all got here.
Whoa, holy shit, we're coming in hot.
So it all starts out with me trying to definitively prove that there is life on other planets. Now, I do not know for sure that there is life on other planets, but I do believe there is. It would be a rather dull existence if we were to believe that we were the only intelligent life
I got
in
fourth
all of
yesterday,
existence.
Tricky.
2, there have been so many accounts of people seeing UFOs that it's hard to believe that they do not exist. I'm talking about all of the historical accounts as well, from the Bible to the ancient texts, right on up to modern accounts. I myself have seen a UFO, but I cannot say for sure that it was alien. It may have been high technology that was man-made. 3rd,
This isn't as goofy as the title makes it seem. He just talks about how statistically unlikely it is that we exist, but we do. Judging from the comments in the description, that's not as goofy as I thought it was going to be. Alright. I want more reptilian shit, god damn it. But YouTube has made it hard to find it. This is a joke video. Yeah, I've got it right now. I'm just, YouTube made an effort to get rid of a lot of conspiracy videos in lieu of the whole 5G coronavirus thing, and in doing so, they've taken off most of the goofy ones too, which is a little sad, but I get it. Thanks for resub latitude. I mean, I'm not mad about it. The less dog shit 5G coronavirus videos that float around and circulate, the better. So, I mean, having to lose reptilian rabbit hole to make fun of is sad, but If it gets rid of those maniacs, I'm fine with it. I did a video with most of them at the time, Submissive. I don't have very many sex toys anymore. I've like blown them all up. You support censoring? Sad. Yeah, I fucking hate censorship, but there definitely should be a line, right? If you're preaching some shit that's actually going to get people hurt, I definitely think it's probably not good to allow it to continue, right? It's a little weird. There's a big difference between censoring something you don't like to hear and censoring something that's actually going to get people killed. No. Oh, God. Whatever, I guess. Let them. You also pay the price for that, though. The more people burning down 5G towers because they watched a YouTube video explaining that 5G is blasting them with gamma radiation and coronavirus hurts you as well, and the people around you. It's not just them. And anti-vaxxers that watch like the Facebook videos and previously the YouTube videos on it are also hurting you as well. It's not just them killing themselves. There's absolutely a line. Thanks to the 5 Oni. Appreciate it, man. They go by lizard people now? What, do they not do reptilian? No, they don't go by lizard people. It's still reptilian. It just doesn't really exist on here anymore. What is this?
So for today's drink,
Holy fuck! Oh, we saw that one. It's just the spirit of an old soldier going back to his post. Nothing special. Classic red circle. Now I see it. Oh, very interesting. What's that doing there?
Now you're not going to want to miss any of this video because there are parts throughout the entire video that show visuals of I can't explain, he can't explain.
Thanks, 3 sub Gary.
There's audio of noises from something.
Wait, was that the video? What is that? Wait, is this the same video? Wait, what? That was terrifying. Oh, I would love to go cryptid hunting. I want to try and track down Goat Man.
That used to be the trail right there. That's the trail that you're supposed to take.
Looks like we have a lot of bones.
Teleportation, Anstad.
A lot of hair.
Oh, skunk ape would be a good one.
I would say these are probably from deer. Several of them. Ripped apart. Looks like they're ripped apart pretty good. So after seeing the bones and everything, we decide to continue.
This is all the same video?
Cave, the Hozak's cave. we had gotten permission to be able to actually
Alright, this
fly
one
it
sucks.
again.
Holy shit.
So we're gonna have
Nah, never mind. The payoff is worth it. They got him, finally. He just whips out a Nintendo Switch. I've seen that one as well, Kev. That was pretty cool. I mean, you can't explain that. Finally got Sasquatch. It's about fucking time. I wish they had threw a Pokeball at it or something, capture it. That way we can bring it in and study it. Instead of just fucking filming. Thanks for the gift sub, Birdie and Boost. Good to see you, Boost. I don't know, Omni. I feel bad for the guy that they dressed up to do this. He just has to walk around aimlessly in the snow, doing nothing. 10 more laps. These are 2 gift subs, Submissive and the resub Arisen and Prime Froggy. Thanks to Prime Yoko. Is the rest of this compilation just this one video? Wow.
can't hear it. Finally, friends and family.
Thanks to Prime Couple. Here we go. Back to the scary shit. Whoa! Look at it! Oh my god! It's a phantom! What's he doing? Ah! He's stealing from downstairs. It's Harry and Ron with the invisibility cloak. My god. Thanks to Tier 1 Echoing. And the gift sub Kev. Jesus Christ, how many times are they going to replay it? Thanks to Prime Sun Guy. No way! It's the ghost of fluorescent lights? Ah! What the fuck is happening? Yeah, I think this is just a jump scare or something. I don't know what that was. Oh, well, thank you, Omni. Well, that... You can't explain those. 2 Komodo dragons fight on Indonesian island? Jesus Christ. It's like a Godzilla movie. He's got him in a full mount. Thank you the 5 gift subs, Faulty, and the resub, Cumgar. Appreciate it, Faulty. Is that the whole fight? Oh. That was wholesome, Sun Guy. Well, thank you for the kind words. It was a penalty? Oh, okay, so they had to call it off. What time is it? 2:30? Alright, I'm gonna call it a night. Thanks everyone for tuning in. To everyone who donated, big thank you. New subs, welcome aboard. A sub means a lot to me, so thank you for subbing. I hope you enjoy the emotes, and I really appreciate the generosity. I will see you all tomorrow, and I'll toss you to... I don't remember who I tossed you to most recently. I'll throw you to... I know it's been a while since you've gone to Steve. I'm going to toss you to Steve. He's doing Smash tonight. Thanks again, everyone, and have a great night. See ya.